Buongiorno.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I would kindly ask you to take to your seats. The minister is already online. Good morning, Mr. Minister. And let's get going with the first part of the day, where we will be discussing about the setting up and the creation of a registry for breast implants, which is a very important target, which is about to be achieved. And I would like to say to our minister that we would like to thank him to be here as a testimony of the presence of the minister and of the importance of the topics we'll be dealing. And we would like to thank all of the eminent representatives of FDA, Canada, Australia that are online and who have been remotely logged in. And now we shall see a very, very quick introductory video, a 2-minute video, which I would like to see on the screen. This is the National Registry for Implants, implantable implants. Breast implants are the devices that are most utilized in surgical aesthetic medicine. There are some 35 million people that have received the breast implant, and additive mastoplasty represents 16% of the procedures, surgical procedures that are performed. The reconstruction of the breast has been utilized by making use of breast implants, 80% of the cases. In Italy, we have some 42,000 people on a yearly basis that get a prosthetic implant. And 37% of the implants are for reconstructive purposes or due to cancer sometimes. The safety of the implants, breast implants, is granted by accurate vigilance and surveillance of the market. The registry in 2019 was set up. 2023, the registry will become mandatory for the surgeons, whether operating in public or in private structures. It will be collecting a number of very useful pieces of information, and it is one extra tool available to us. I won't take away any valuable time, and I would pass the floor immediately to our minister. Thank you, Dr. Iachino, and good morning. I'd like to make my address and address all of the participants. This is of great importance for the Ministry of Health because of its importance with respect to the importance of treating patients that have received the breast implants. And we would like to offer the highest level of support to these patients. The Italian breast implant registry, because of its own peculiarity, is a surveillance and vigilance tool, which is quite unique in the
Questo registro prevede l'obbligatorietà per i medici e per gli altri professionisti sanitari di inserire i dati relativi a ciascuna protesi impiantata e rimozione effettuata sul territorio nazionale. La tracciabilità di ogni protesi mammaria disponibile in Italia, anche quando non impiantata. La gestione del registro da parte di un'autorità competente, quale il Ministero della Salute, a garanzia di indipendenza della raccolta e nella lettura dei dati. Una specificità di rilievo, considerando che nel mondo i pochi registri esistenti sono gestiti da società scientifiche e i dati sono raccolti volontariamente con coperture e qualità molto variabili. Grazie al registro potremo disporre di dati di qualità reali sugli impianti, sulla rimozione delle protesi mammarie e sulle complicanze che possono insorgere con questi dispositivi, nonché sulle condizioni cliniche rare, eventualmente associate alle protesi stesse. A tale proposito, oggi saranno presentati i risultati preliminari di uno studio genetico sulla gestione del linfoma anaplastico a grandi cellule, una rara condizione clinica con eziopatogenesi ancora da chiarire nelle pazienti con protesi mammarie. Il registro, inoltre, consentirà di conoscere il numero effettivo della popolazione italiana impiantata con protesi mammarie, dato oggi sconosciuto in tutti i paesi del mondo, e grazie al tracciamento
worldwide, and thanks to the tracement and the tracking, it will be possible to call back patients in case of need. This is a safety measure of greatest importance, and it suffices to say that in 2010, in the very complex case of a French manufacturing implant device company, which were not compliant with the in-force regulatory provisions, it wasn't really possible to recall all patients that were involved. So let me say that this is a very useful tool available to the industry and to the sector to improve the efficacy, performance, and biocompatibility of the devices, but also available and accessible to the international scientific world. It then takes up great value because patients will be granted appropriate information and support, which is not to be given for granted, because in some cases we wrongly inform patients and tell them that prosthetic devices, once implanted, will last for the rest of their life, which is not true. Let me thank all of the participants taking part in this very important day, the actress Roberta Giarrusso and the journalist Silvia Mari, who decided both to share their own experiences. The involvement of patients is always a useful thing because it helps us to define the most effective strategies to take care in an adequate way of all of them and patients. So I would like to renew my closeness to all of the patients and my involvement and commitment by also renewing the commitment of the ministry in the field of the research, which is the most effective weapon to improve the quality of life of citizens, and in particular of those who are suffering from rare conditions. So once again, thank you, and I wish you fruitful work.
Grazie a lei.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Your words are the real evidence of how important is the present day, which stands as the beginning of something which from today onward will see all of us involved, because we will have to provide contributions so as to make all this effort unique and useful, especially the one of being close to patients and supporting them. And let's say that your words are going into that direction. So once again, thank you for being with us today. And I would now like to pass the floor to Professor Silvio Brusaferro, who logged in, and he's the president of the National Health Institute. Thank you and good morning. In the first place, let me greet our minister, thanking him for his presence and testimony as to the importance of this event and of this day, and most of all of the tool which we are now acquiring. A special thank to the Secretary General and Dr. Iachino, Director of the Direction of Medical Devices and Implants and Pharmaceutical Services. It is my task to highlight how the collaboration existing between the technicians and the regulators and the Health Ministry and the scholars and the researchers of the Health Ministry and Institute allowed us to adopt progressively tools like the one we're dealing with today, which, as our minister said, stand as a unique fact, something very peculiar, and they are pathfinders. And let me also thank the researchers, the scholars, the colleagues of the Health Ministry and of the National Health Institute for the work they conducted and carried out, and most of all, for the incredible trust they placed in us, and especially in the field of implantable devices registries. This will entail further articulations and further activities having to do with arthroprosthetic devices or other types of devices which are progressively becoming available, which also allow for the improvement of the quality of life of many patients and people. And we could detect 4 keywords that are showing how important the day is, and with respect to which we can then frame this important tool within the system. The first one is the fact of having safe treatments, because this is what allows us to accept, acknowledge, and deepen on a vast scale the efficacy of the prosthetic devices that are implanted, their life and duration, which, as the minister said, comes with a given deadline. And with the lengthening of the average duration of life, this is a very important fact. Another important factor has got to do with the quality of life, because this is what makes devices change, and they in turn change the quality of life of the people receiving them. They allow them to overcome fragilities and difficulties by finding a compensation through the devices and the prosthetic devices. And then another aspect of this day stands as the increased and extended knowledge. So knowing, monitoring, studying phenomena, and allowing them to turn into some systematic scientific research stands as the reading key, allowing for a progress in the quality of life, the safety of the treatments. And in this perspective, I believe that the mix of technical scientific data, of norms and regulations, such as the one of the mandatoriness in loading and uploading the data of prosthetic devices implanted, stand as a unicum with respect to which it's going to be important to do some monitoring and surveillance. And I believe that the hope is that all this is going to take place and could also be extended to other types of implants as well. Let me end my contribution by wishing you a successful work and by thanking once again all of the technical staff involved and engineer Mr. Latorre, who was the coordinator of our own institute and who worked closely with all of the technicians of the ministry. And another hope is that other international regulatory agencies are taking part in this day, and that this is going to be as the assumption and the requisite to develop new monitoring national networks, because thanks to the networks we may acquire better knowledge, more timely knowledge, so as to fine-tune time after time better tools and better devices. And once again, thank you for your attention, and I wish you some successful work. Thank you, Professor. And quite obviously, if we are here today, that's due to the synergistic activities that were conducted between the Ministry and the National Health Institute, which was always shadowing us with a pilot stage or a pilot phase. And this is quite obviously a shared path and experience, something that was started in the course of time. And right now, I feel the great need to thank those who preceded me, one of whom is Dr. Marletta. She's here with us today. She's the one that started and opened this new activity and path. And many thanks to the General Secretary, Dr. Leonardi from the Health Ministry. And again, this is the clear evidence of how the management of the ministry is fully aware of the importance of this day. Dr. Vigiano in the information system sector, that is of greatest importance for what was done, and we shall see this even further on when hearing the contributions. Dr. Lispi from another competent office, she was involved together with Dr. Campanari, and they did spend themselves in order to reach this goal. We are more or less punctual. I wouldn't want to take away any further valuable time. The moderator will be Mr. Vigiano, and the first contribution is going to be my contribution.
In addition to Dr. Iachino as director of the Pharmaceutical Service and Medical Devices, also Dr. Lippi will participate. Dr. Iachino just thanked her, and she was heavily involved with the establishment of this registry. As Dr. Brusaferro explained, they all collaborated with the Institute for the realization of this registry, and he will discuss the pilot phase that preceded the establishment of this breast implant registry. Then we will have a video presentation by the clinical and international collaboration registry activities, and Dr. Campanile from the Campanale, sorry, the speaker says. Dr. Campanale was personally involved with the creation, with the establishment of this registry from the very beginning. Thank you. Now the floor to Dr. Iachino. Thank you. I will be very, very brief. I only have a few slides because many things have already been explained. Let me just explain how implants are part of the medical device system. Of course, they are widely used in breast surgery. According to the available data coming from scientific societies, these medical devices account for 16% of all cosmetic surgical procedures and as much as 80% of all breast reconstruction repair procedures. From a regulatory standpoint, the latest rules are EU Regulation 2017/745, according to which this medical device falls under class 3, the highest, the most risky class, where major care has to be taken with respect to safety and security, the CE mark, and whatever follows, meaning the post-marketing surveillance. This is a summary slide that shows the whole process. Implants are marketed with through a notified body, so a third party, whose task, this is a magnification lens, so an implant is checked and verified by the notified body prior to marketing. If everything is fine, the implant is marketed, but this is not the end of the story. Protection, surveillance and vigilance don't end here, because the Ministry of Health also plays a surveillance, a market surveillance role, meaning that also after marketing, patients are protected. So why are we discussing a breast implant registry? Everything began with a major serious incident in 2010. A French company manufactured implants with a kind of silicone that was not compliant, causing serious health problems. But the most serious problem wasn't the ability of the system to step in to fix the problem and ensure the health of patients. The most serious criticality was traceability, meaning who received those implants, so reaching out patients, because if you don't know who these patients are, how can you protect them? So the Italian government issued legislation on national and regional breast implant registries with a ban for those who are not of age. Later, at a later time, the law specified that the aim of the registry was to monitor patients, to prevent complications, and carefully follow them up, also for epidemiology purposes, so for study and research purposes. So, according to the law, the unique feature of the registry is the Ministry of Health, management, and the obligation for surgeons to complete the registry, entering data about implants. These are two very important aspects. The first has to do with being impartial. This is a very complex system, and the second ensures appropriate data being entered. Registries have to be returned through a decree of the President of the Republic, and as far as this registry is concerned, it is aimed at diagnosis, reducing morbidities, prevention. In other words, it is part of the rapid alert system to exchange information timely. The European Community Surveillance Network, this is a measure to enhance national surveillance, and also it simplifies procedures, because the registry comes with a structure that doesn't cause an excessive bureaucratic burden for surgeons. And also, this is important to monitor and evaluate risk factors. Now the registry is with us, 19th of October 2022. Soon it will be published in the official journal, and everyone shall contribute making the registry work. Let me just underline that aside from technical or regulatory aspects, however important they can be, today's meeting and the establishment of the registry are important for women, the registry is a real sign of closeness to patients. So after delivering a service, patients are followed up through the registry. And I believe this is quite important, at least as the quality of a surgical procedure. Thank you. Thank you, Achille, for this overview of regulatory aspects leading to the establishment of the registry. Indeed, in 2012, we decided to accelerate this process after the French case that you all know. Our problem was not about health indications. We had a problem in identifying and monitoring patients who had received those implants. It was not easy to identify them. Now, with the registry, I believe that this problem will no longer exist. Now, I give the floor to Dr. Lispi from the office in charge of this issue, of these issues. She too participated in the debate preceding the establishment of the registry. Lucia, please. Good morning. I'm proud for this day and for such a large audience in front of me. This is an important time for the ministry. All stakeholders who have participated in this process are here today. Plus, we have a streaming connection. As Iachino explained, they're following us from all European countries and also international authorities like FDA, Canada, and Australia. Why? Because it is important to understand what Italy has done to put this registry together. The establishing law dates back to 2012. Back then, the regulation was discussed and defined. It was a regulatory decree to be reviewed by the privacy regulator too, and by the State Regions Conference. Some provisions also envisaged an opinion by the Health Higher Council. Indeed, and the approval by the State Council. So the idea was to fully understand the aim of that legislation. We began with the Higher Council of Health approval in May 21. We got a favorable opinion by the privacy regulator in October last year. We reached an agreement with the State Regions Conference in May this year, and finally we got the go-ahead by the State Council last September. The regulation precisely reports information contained in the 2012 legislation: timing, type of data, subjects having access to data, methods for data transmission, safety and security measures, guarantees, and the method through which it was not only the doctor filling out the registry could access individual information and identify the patient. In 2017, a working group was established. Most attendees are also here today. The working group was coordinated by the manager, by the executive of the office that 6 years ago was in charge of overseeing this work. This is Dr. Boldrini. Thank you for your efforts. The General Directorate of the Medical Devices and Pharmaceutical Service, the Directorate General for the Digitization of the Health Information System and Statistics, the National Institute of Health, that was experienced in the field of registries, representatives from the regions and autonomous provinces, scientific associations, scientific societies, scientific societies. They are listed in the slide, AICP, ANISC and others, SICPRE and others, and finally the industry with the Italian distributors of breast implants, because there are no implant manufacturers in Italy. The aim of the working group was to identify variables, information, to collect, to set up a pilot platform thanks to the National Institute of Health, and also identify the information flow through which information could be exchanged. The pilot phase was announced by Minister Grillo on the 25th of March 2019. So data collection began on a voluntary basis. Surgeons implanting breast implants began filling in data, entering data into the registry on a voluntary basis. Over time, more details, more detailed information has been added. The industry is also very important, because the industry provides us with information we cannot access in any other way, like implants are marketed in Italy and their features. The ministry did begin analyzing registry data. This will be explained in detail by Dr. Campanale and others. In your folder, you will find a first report on breast implants. It was put together with data from the pilot phase. You will also find a description of the whole process, including difficulties, because we encountered a number of difficulties. Training activities were organized to disseminate information as much as possible. The regulation is very, very comprehensive. Very soon it will be published in the official journal. It consists of 14 articles and an exhaustive set of technical specifications, definitions under Article 1, subject matter, communication methods, data controller. In the case of the regions, they have 180 days to put together their own regional registries. This is an established deadline. Clinical data, patients' data, implant data, data about the healthcare facilities. So, as you can see, it is highly comprehensive. Security measures too. So, the methodology to avoid the identification of subjects and how to transmit information in full compliance with privacy rules. Processes, flows, sharing of data, rights of data subjects, obligations for the industry, for implant distributors, and sanctions. Who are the subjects involved? They are shown in the slide. Healthcare professionals, because they collect data and enter data onto the platform. They provide key information to anyone else. Distributors of breast implants, the Ministry of Health, of course, as the entity that supervises and oversees such data and regional registries. The process is shown in the slide. In this slide, we realize that there is very little time to do this, only 3 days. Every surgeon places an implant and has 3 days at their disposal to enter data. The regions, of course, can avail themselves of tools to oversee what happens locally. They can also employ indicators that were included in the technical specs. Data are immediately transmitted to the national registry. Distributors of breast implants shall send data on a monthly basis for all implants marketed in Italy. So the Ministry of Health somehow collects, coordinates 21 regional registries. Data is collected by regional institutions and validated. Distributors enter data into the national registry, and there is an exchange of data. Data is also sent back to local authorities. I'm not going to repeat myself, but the registry really has an important aim identified by the legislation. This regulation specifies the aims and purpose of the regions because they take care of the clinical monitoring of patients, whereas the Ministry of Health shall monitor epidemiology for research purposes in order to plan and run healthcare treatment. The Ministry of Health can avail itself of the collaboration of research institutions, scientific societies, universities and others in full compliance with data privacy regulations. Indeed, every 2 years a report shall be submitted to the Italian Parliament. What about the strength of the registry? Let me stress them because they are quite unique also at an international level. First of all, it is an obligation to complete the registry. You know, voluntariness is somehow lousy in Italy. You have to force, you know, many times people to do things. So the regulation calls on every clinician to actively enter data into the registry. Thanks to the collaboration by distributors, and this too is a unique feature, it is possible to trace patients and implants across the country. In my opinion, this is just the beginning of a long journey. The working group is on duty. Most of its members are here today. More will come over time because we notice that many are expressing interest in this activity. An event like this is just a way to make people understand how useful the registry is, but more will come. So, we want to promote the use of the registry. Thanks to the regions, we will also put in place information and training activities. The Ministry will oversee the implementation of regional registries, and altogether we really want to analyze data to fulfill our mission, not only to monitor and trace patients, but making implants increasingly safe, get detailed information about implants, since these implants, as you know, these devices, these medical devices are so commonly used, so popular. Let me thank Dr. Boldrini for starting this process. And my staff, I also thank my staff. Thank you. Without you, this meeting wouldn't have been possible, and they really helped me. Even when I'm so tired, I can't really continue working. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Lispi. And as was rightly recalled by Mrs. Lispi, the pathway to get here entailed the pilot phase, which is what exactly allowed us to fine-tune the operations, the definitions, and the very setting up of the registry as regards its final shape and discipline. There was also constant support and exchange with the regions in terms of personal data exchange before and after. And now it's going to be the turn of Mrs. Biffoli, Claudia Biffoli. She is in charge of my general DG office, competent office, and she's also in charge with the exchanges taking place with the privacy authority and the setting up of this registry. And as we know, this is entailing two different tiers, national days and other international days, which stands as a single unit in the end. But now pass the floor. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. This prosthetic implant registry is something very important for so many reasons. This is a great challenge. And we see that we've been organizing this from a technical point of view. As was rightly said by Mrs. Lispi, the regulations envisage the setting up of a national registry for prosthetic devices, and that the regions in the term of 180 days set up their own regional registries. Now, quite obviously, we are in a situation where we had to start off from a given context where the presence of private health was very important and significant for all of the reasons that you already know. So from the very beginning, we started considering and thinking about a solution which could be somehow applicable at national level so as to collect in a more efficient way all of the data regarding prosthetic devices implanted or explanted, and this is what has been envisaged and provided for the digital administration. And the implant that was set up from a technological point of view was to try and bring to a minimum common factor all of the digital infrastructures, allowing all of the regions to immediately activate their own regional registries. So we did envisage, in the framework of this regulation, the possibility for regions to make use of the infrastructure made available by the National Ministry of Health, an infrastructure which is separate and segregated with respect to the other part, which is going to be hosting the National Registry of Breast Devices that are implantable. Now here you see a geographical plan of Italy. Most of the regions have adhered already and joined in. Not all of them have come to the end of the joining in procedure, and we are now almost we have now almost completed the activities of the setting up of registries. Now, from the personal data processing point of view, it will mean that we will be appointed as the ones accountable and responsible for all of the data, and this is putting on the shoulders of the health ministry the need to perform and activate all of safety measures that are held as necessary. They have been mentioned already by the authorities in the specifications to allow for the coverage and the privacy of all data. And obviously this is allowing to the clinician now quite obviously to identify the person, the individual person, to the clinician who accesses them. Now let's see how this access will take place, the one whereby the physician accesses the registry. In the first place, the physician will have to choose the region in which the structure is to be found, and that is where the implantation or explantation of the device has to be taken care of and has to be performed. There will be an authentication of the digital identity, a strong authentication. There is going to be a tool known as SPID, which is a digital identity tool. Again, this is the SPID, or otherwise the electronic ID card, so as to certainly identify the clinician who is accessing all these data. Then there is an interoperability service shared with the order and the guild of the physicians, and which will allow us to ascertain whether that doctor is certified and active on the list of authorized physicians. This means that we are strengthening the identification of the clinician, tracing all of the operations that are going to be carried out in the registry. And as we never tire of saying, we are talking about personal data processing, and these are very sensitive data because it's health-related data. So all of the rules having to do with the safety, the traceability of those who have conducted the given operations is of paramount importance. There are also other access profiles which are of a different nature, so there is a differentiation. And here I go back to the very famous problem we had with the French PIP implanted devices, and that was the crux of the problem, because at that time we couldn't trace the patients receiving those prosthetic devices. Whilst here we will be doing that. So we will be having the names of the people taking care of the removal of the prosthetic devices, and the regions competent for the vigilance and the surveillance and monitoring of medical devices. The physician feeds into the system the information he is competent for, and all of the information having to do with his professional activity. And he can also have access to other data present in a different regional registry in the very moment when, after a due authorization of the assisted person, he has to identify the data of a previous medical device that was implanted. This is the typical case of an explantation and the removal. So this is a very specific mode of communication in between different registries, allowing the clinician involved and who is treating a given patient to verify the data having regard with previous surgeries that were conducted. Now, with respect to the regions, well, they are not allowed to feed in any different information. They do have some report modules allowing them to carry out the monitoring of the activities, and they cannot consult the data coming or present in different regions. Now let's see what are the data available and present in the regional registry. And as Dr. Lisby said, well, in the first one, the one of the health structure, the physician and the patient's personal data, the clinical data of the patient, the type of surgery or procedure, and the prosthetic device that can be implanted or that should be removed. Now, all of the instructions, which I will now mention briefly, will be available on the internet website of the Health Ministry, where you will find manuals, instructions, modules, forms, tracings, and whatever. One of the important profiles that were adopted and introduced with this regulation or with this regulatory activity in order to trace back patients, because with the French prosthetic devices accident, we were confronted with very specific situations, such as health structures which had been closed down. So there was no way to find or to trace and to track down all of the subjects receiving those implants. And in the new registry, there is a new function having to do with the regional mid-person, which allow us to trace the structure that has been meanwhile closed down. So the information will come from central and regional structures, and at regional structure level we will be detecting the places, the structures where the procedure, the surgery implantation procedure was performed, and in the case this is not possible, there is another possibility which allows us to find the patient at regional level and call him back. The information system, and here this is a system of queries, and here this is a very technical side, and the privacy authority was really insisting strongly, because there has to be some authentications through SPID or other identification modes with CEOs. And another important aspect is that we are the first to adopt another mode whereby the National Registry of the Assisted Patients, and this is one fundamental pillar of digital and smart health services, and this is something available to all of the operators, but also those who are transiting from one region to another, together with contacts, because this means that we have all of the needed information of all of those who are in contact with the national health system in the public and private sphere. And so we will be the ones that first adopt this kind of registry information or procedure. Then we have the codes of the surgeons, we have pseudonyms of the very surgeons, and they will be stored for a maximum of 99 years, which is of paramount importance, especially for the tracing and the tracking of the analysis, allowing us to improve the quality of the very same devices and prosthetic devices. Then we have other actors, that is to say the distributors. They will not have access to the regional registry, but they may access the national registry. They will be guided in doing so through some very specific mechanisms, whereby file transfer is allowed, and obviously they will be highly detailed, because what we are talking of is intervention on the so-called series of the device, and thus finding all of the univocal detection and identification profiles existing at the Italian market level. So the person in charge of the data transmission will have to check for the appropriate acquisition of data and appropriate transmission of data. Then there is going to be one part of the portal where there is going to be illustration of all of the useful information to allow for any such exchanges, and let's hope that the distributors are going to feed in data in the shortest delay. That is, as soon as the regulation will come into force, whilst, as we know, the regions have more time to set up their own regional registries, although we are trying to speed up the procedures so as to be coming to the end of the procedure in a very timely manner. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Biffoli. Your contribution was highly detailed but not excessively technical, and I believe that everyone could follow you and understand you also, and I'm speaking on behalf of those who are not technicians. Now, as I was saying, what will now follow is an interlocutory phase with the regions, which will be concluded by the adoption of an agreement between us and the individual regions that will be part of the national structure of the registries, and we have already arranged a scheme for this agreement, or a draft of this agreement, and we know that most of the regions have by now adopted the decision of using the national structure, which means that they will be not having any financial commitments nor any managerial and management commitments, which is wholly resting upon us. And as I was earlier on saying, the path that led to the definition of the registry was also preceded by a pilot phase, which was very important, which allowed us to fine-tune the specifications and the different specific phases and aspects of the registry. The National Institute of Health also contributed in the person of Marina Torri, the engineer Marina Torri, who will now take the floor and who's going to illustrate this phase, a very important one. Thank you for the kind introductory words. Let me confess that it is a greatest joy and emotion to find myself here in this place, because after many years we see that something that was shared between me and Antonella, and the many days that we spent to talk about this project, is now taking a shape and becoming reality. So this is a greatest joy, a greatest emotion for me. In this, let me say that I'd like to illustrate now the methodological approaches that represented the very base of this registry, the very pillars of the registry. Let me first of all thank the working group of the National Health Institute, the contribution of which was fundamental for the making of this project. Together with them, I'd like to thank the working group of the ministry, Campanale, Boldrini, Marcella Marletta, Achille Iachino, and many more, who've been working in a synergistic manner with incredible determination, and what you will now see is exactly part of the results of this work. But before illustrating the pilot study, I would like to start with the definition of the international medical device, which is the definition of a registry, how an organized system with a primary aim to increase the knowledge of medical devices is thus contributing to improve the quality of patient care. That's a system that constantly collects relevant data, important data, which evaluates important, significant outcomes, and comprehensively covers the population, which is defined by the exposure to a specific or particular device at a reasonably generalizable scale at international, national, regional, or health system level. The pilot study was articulated along 4 years on the basis of 3 framework agreements between the Ministry of Health, the DGDMF, and the Italian National Institute of Health, in order to extend, as was already said by President Brusaferro, to extend to the breast prosthesis and devices the experience that we had matured and acquired in the implementation of the Italian arthroplasty registry, that is orthopedic implantable devices. The pilot study aims were the definition of what would then turn into the data flow of variables, a list of variables to be collected, the implementation of a proof of concept platform, a pilot platform, in other words, the training of health operators in order to allow them to learn how the platform works, and the results acquisition. So we went from the application of principles that were adopted for the implementation of the Italian arthroplasty registry to the one of breast implantable devices. We had to make an analysis of the context. In other words, we had to examine the field or the framework in which that arthroplasty registry would then become operative. And we saw that there was an incredible portion of and quantity of interventions, more than 95%, that were traced by the hospital dismissal cards and files. So the model we thought of adopting was to use any such files supported by other additional information sets. And in the list of the results carried out by a given office as regards breast implants, we realized that the interventions that were traceable account for some 40% of them. That is a very low percentage in order to adopt the same model that was already adopted for the arthroplasty registry. So in other words, we could not adopt the same data collection typology or model, so we had to devise a special flow which was dedicated to breast implants, and we could instead adopt the model that was already adopted for orthopedic implants, coming from a federation of regional registry, and to allow for a database inside the registry for the identification and characterization of the implanted devices. Now let's see what were the criteria guiding the planning and designing of this registry. We stuck to the keep it simple rule. We wanted to have a streamlined system that was not to weigh on clinician systems in the data collection. We saw that the voluntary basis is not something to work in this country, and also very detailed files would then make a registration complex. And we had to define a minimum data set, very few variables, but essential variables, so as to allow for the appropriate evaluation of outcomes. This is multiple answers files, and we tried to stay away as much as we could to resorting to open fields and with other kind of answers or other answers yet to be described. Selection of variables. We started off from the variables we had already identified for orthopedic devices and prosthetic devices. We selected the valid ones. We supported them with other variables that were specific and suggested by the experts of the ministry. We made a first provisional list of variables. We compared it with the data collection forms already available from other active registries in other countries, such as the Netherlands, Australia, the United Kingdom, and we then compared the list with the technical table and the sectoral authorities, and we then defined the final list, which was containing the information to identify patient, medical history information, data having to do with the implanted device. As to the traceability of the medical device, we also did work in order to allow for a specific database containing identification data and technical specifications and characteristics of all of the devices sold across the territory, our territory, and which would have been then directly fed in by the selling and manufacturing companies. Thanks to this registry and this database, it is then possible for the operator to perform the registration because what is needed is just to make a selection out of a database and also report or signal or notify whether the implanted device is not present in the database. We were also particularly careful about privacy aspects by defining the algorithm for the pseudonymization of the fiscal code. We allowed for an informed consent, and then the study was then approved by the ethical committee of the National Health Institute. Platform characteristics. Special care was placed in identifying a model allowing us to safeguard the safety and the model based on roles. In other words, we define all of the roles of those who have access, and we also define their own responsibilities. This is a model that was utilized with regard to the first platform that was then published in 2019, and also the second one. The first one was the POC, the proof of concept platform. Then the next one, which was further improved and released in 2020 in a pre-production phase with a further integration, which was allowing not only for the access of surgeons and distributors, but also of regional authorities and representatives. We also allowed for some courses in collaboration with Antonella Campanali, with sessions lasting 1 hour, 20 sessions describing the purposes of the registry and the system that was aiming at illustrating the modality of feeding data into the platform. The sessions lasted 1 hour. There were 4 sessions a day for 5 days, different days, so as to meet the needs of surgeons and at the same time also of their own surgical activities and professional activities. We also tried to disclose and disseminate the results And we did open a page, first on the prosthetic device registry and implantable device registry, one page devoted to the pilot study of the National Registry of breast implantable devices. And then there was an interview which was broadcasted during the Uno Mattina program in 2019. So in other words, we included some specific contributions in the yearly report of the Registry of Arthroplasty Devices. We devoted also some space to be dedicated to the ministry to inform all of the participants as to the development and the progress of the work conducted during the pilot study. I wanted to summarize in this timeline all of the different phases we went through in the course of the project. There were 4 intensive activity years. The work was synergistic and shared in terms of competences, skills, and methodologies, and we also involved and shared all of our efforts with the main actors that were involved, with surgeons, in other words, with scientific societies and companies, with distributors and regional representatives. I would now like to thank you for your attention, and I would pass the floor to the moderator.
Ingegner Torre per aver
Thank you for outlining, for describing the pilot phase. That ended with a definition that is quite complete about the data set of the registry and regional registries, and also any related information processes. This is a pilot as well as experimental phase. So now we will hear from Dr. Campanale, that works with all stakeholders, scientific societies, distributors, my directorate, and so forth. Thank you, Dr. Vigiano. Thank you all. Thank you for being so numerous here today. This is a major day for us, for my directorate, and for the Ministry of Health. Law 86/2012 places the registry under the epidemiology monitoring of cosmetic surgery and plastic surgery procedures. So, thanks to several Italian surgeons, we have been collecting data on breast implants since March 2019. Now, collecting data makes sense if you then analyze it. The goal of today is to give you some feedback about the data that we gathered about these devices. This is also an opportunity to share with you our view. What, in our view, a registry should be to actually work and fulfill its requirements. Data. The data that we collect are information about the healthcare facility, the surgeon performing the procedure in compliance with privacy regulations, patient's data, gender, age, and several personal history data like smoking habit, hypertension, diabetes, coagulation disorders, allergies, autoimmune disorders, and whether the patient has received pre-op chemo or radiation therapy. Why? Because this data can impact upon the short and long-term outcome of these procedures. On the right-hand side, we have a list of variables concerning the surgical procedure: date, site of surgery, purpose of the procedure, cosmetic or reconstructive, primary or revision, meaning whether the patient has received the implant for the first time or it is a revision case. We also collect information about additional surgical procedures performed at the same time, like the flap preparation, flap insertion, flap harvesting, or fat graft transplantation. We also collect good practice data. Prior to the procedure, was the implant treated with antibiotics or antiseptics? The pocket, was the pocket treated with antibiotics or antiseptics? Did the surgeon change gloves? Did they use drains? Why this information? Because this data, again, can have an impact on the short and long-term outcome. Breast implants. This is the type of information that we collect: manufacturer, distributor, trade name, reference code for that specific implant, batch number, and any more features regarding that code, like surface, filling, shape, volume. Some preliminary data. Overall, 270 healthcare facilities, close to 400 surgeons, over 9,000 procedures and 9,000 patients, over 14,500 surgical procedures. Why this number? Because one breast is counted as a procedure site. One patient may receive, the same patient may receive 2 procedures at the same time. Over 14,000 implants were performed, and distributors uploaded data about breast implants. This diagram shows the trend of data upload month after month. During the summer, there is a decline, and this is obvious, this is clear. Breast implants for cosmetic purposes are rarely performed in summer, during the summer season. Of course, this is also related to the surgeons' population. We will see over time how diagrams change. We also noticed a decline during the lockdown when this surgery was totally stopped. This is a map of Italy with the number of procedures for each region. Tuscany, Lazio, and Sicily are the regions where most procedures are performed. In others, numbers are very, very small, and that's why it is important that it is an obligation for surgeons to complete the registry. As I said, this data was entered voluntarily by surgeons. We shall wait for the obligation to really show convincing, robust data. Anyway, 56% of implants are performed for repair, reconstruction reasons. 75% of procedures, of surgeries, are primary procedures. The patient receives a breast implant for the first time. Reconstruction and cosmetics. The mean age of patients undergoing a primary procedure is 51, slightly higher for, of course, revision surgery, 55. One breast, in most cases, is operated on, only one for breast cancer. In the vast majority of cases, after prophylactic mastectomy or congenital deformities. The table below shows what I've just explained. These are additional surgical procedures performed at the same time as the implant. So we can see whether flaps are used. In aesthetics, the mean age is much younger, 36. The age of revision surgery patients is higher, 47. In 97% of cases, the procedure is bilateral to increase the hypoplastic or hypotrophic volume of breasts, and also to correct ptosis, quite common after losing a lot of weight or after pregnancy or breastfeeding. Again, the table below shows the plane of the implant according to diagnosis. We know this is important because over time this shall be monitored, the plane, the implant location can have an impact on the outcome. These are the main reasons leading patients to undergo revision surgery. Reconstruction, capsular contracture is the leading cause, 34%, followed by ruptures. No implant-related issue. It means that the implant wasn't broken, but to improve the cosmetic result, the patient decided to receive this surgery. There are also very rare clinical conditions. We don't know whether or not they are related with the implant, but as an authority, it is our duty to monitor them. Aesthetics, 45% of procedures are performed without any issue with the device, capsular followed by capsular contracture, rupture, and again autoimmune disease, 0.1%. Without a registry, we couldn't trace these patients repeating surgery unless they have a problem related with the device. In the field of vigilance, we check and monitor whatever happens after a problem with the device. Thanks to the registry, we will monitor every type of procedure. This is the outcome of our work. In most cases, implants are treated with antibiotics and or antiseptics before implantation, and this makes us happy because it seems that this is the way to go. Most surgeons change gloves before implanting the final prosthesis. This is a slide I guess you will appreciate. In recent years there has been a lively debate about the surface characteristics of implants. In reconstruction, 60% of implants have a micro-textured surface or covered with polyurethane or macro-textured. In cosmetics, in aesthetics, more smooth implants are used, followed by micro-textured. This is a snapshot of what surgeons are doing, but it is also a picture from 2019 to date, because the platform has been available since 2019. What happened before, we don't know. But my message is, this data should be read in relation to the Italian market of breast implants. This is an unpublished slide, and we can show it thanks to data from distributors. This shows that the industry provides us with data so that we can monitor the market properly. Up until 2018, 99% of implants were textured, mostly macro-textured. After 2019, things have changed, and we will see the outcome together, analyzing registry data in the future. As for the shape, they are mostly anatomical in shape, which is fine. An anatomical implant mimics, the conical shape of the breast that is altered after reconstruction, after reconstructive procedures. Implants are filled with silicone, and the largest volume is used for reconstruction. Again, the implant has to make up for the loss of volume that was removed during mastectomy. Let's have a look now at some preliminary data we should all think about. Breast implants are not forever. You implant a device, but at least once, it depends on your age, the age at implantation, you have to repeat the same surgery. And we wonder which is the mean implant lifetime. This is a challenge for the industry too, because data is quite conflicting in the literature. Most claim 10 years, but this is not enough. This is very generic. There exists a different trend between reconstruction and aesthetics. This shall be validated in the future, so take my statements as preliminary data. The authorities will keep monitoring such data. Unfortunately, cosmetic implants last less. Sorry, the opposite. Reconstructive surgery 6.6 years, 11.2 years for cosmetic surgery. Why? What factors can have an influence on the implant lifetime? Is there any interference from chemo and radiotherapy on the life of the implant? According to this preliminary data, patients who have received a previous chemotherapy show a shorter duration of the implant. So it's challenging. Getting to know the duration of an implant is also important for surgeons. to decide what is the best procedure in the best interest of patients. In conclusion, the registry to comply with the law shall contain not too much data, but key essential data, allowing science to understand the real impact of several variables. The registry shall be mandatory, not only in terms of filling out data, so not only surgeons, but every individual data shall be mandatorily provided by surgeons, or else the quality of data suffers. And the registry shall be managed by an independent authority. In the rest of the world, scientific societies do this. We respect and collaborate with the scientific societies, but I think that it should be an official authority to collect and analyze data. It should be an independent institution. And of course, the relations with companies, with manufacturers is most important, because certain information are in the hands of manufacturers only, and I think that it is in our best mutual interest to receive this data to really check what happens. Thank you. Many thanks to Dr. Campanale for explaining the importance of data and their analysis to fulfill the aims of both the national and regional registries, not only monitoring but also epidemiology. Once the registry is fully operational, we will certainly get a more accurate picture of what happens to patients. Yes, let me take this opportunity to introduce Inne Rakhorst. He is the president of the International Cooperation of Breast Implant Activities. They are working with us in the analysis of data. It's an honor for us. He's also leader of the Dutch Registry of Breast Implants. In Europe, the Dutch Registry voluntarily obtained a coverage amounting to over 80% of the country. Who knows, maybe it's all about culture. In the Netherlands, they succeeded doing this voluntarily, so we thank you for the next presentation. Thank you, Hinne. It's a video recorded presentation.
Buongiorno, everybody. My name is Inne Rakhorst. I'm the chair of ICOBRA and also the chair of the Dutch Breast Implant Registry. It's my distinct honor to present to you some thoughts on breast implant registries. I would like to start by congratulating you, the Italians, about all the accomplishments you are achieving on breast implant registries, your national breast implant registry, and you're really making huge progress. I'm deeply impressed by how you move this very difficult and challenging, huge project forward. So I'm honored and quite happy to present to you. So why do we bother with the registry? I think we insert implants, we are responsible, we are accountable, and we need and want to know what the risks are that we are taking or giving our patients or our citizens in our country. And risk is really coming down to the basics, the numerator and the denominator. The numerator is the number of people that have, for instance, ALCL, and the completeness of this number, and you have to compare it to the denominator. How many women in Italy have a breast implant? What percentage of women have it? And the next step really is to compare those numbers to the control group, people without breast implants. So the aim is to have a complete numerator of the adverse events and also a complete denominator of the total number of cases in a specific region and compare this all to normal. So how do we proceed for these rare diseases such as ALCL? A strategy is that we need big data. You need to be independently collected and they need to be objective. And registries can provide important clarity to the future. So the purpose of a registry is to measure quality of surgery of an implant of a surgeon and also to do a recall in case something is wrong. You want to be able to reach the people that are affected and also want to be able to reassure the people that are not affected, usually the vast majority of patients. So there's a basic implant registry such as UDEMET and there's a clinical implant registry, and the difference is quite big. So UDEMET only as an opt-in system collects device information, and the clinical registry not only collects device information but also the clinical story of the patients they affect. And therefore, with the clinical registry, you can actually detect faulty implants, such as in the case with the metal and metal hip implants. So the principles of a functional quality registry, there's a number of things that we really need to stress. We need to include implants that are both aesthetic and reconstructive. I think we should include expanders because usually the placement of an expander is the highest risk profile procedure, and also add to the equation the collection of meshes and ADMs, so the extra devices on top of the implants. You want a high capture rate. You need to have an opt-out system for clinics, an opt-out system for surgeons, and an opt-out system for patients. You want to have as close to 100% capture rate of both insertion, but most importantly also for revision rates, how many implants are exchanged. You need a carrot and a stick. It needs to be mandatory. You can back this up with development of quality indicators, a legal entity, and also by backing it up by professional societies. That membership of a professional society requires you to collect these data. And also you need to provide feedback to professionals. So that's a part of the carrot. You need to provide functionality back to the professionals. It needs to be a stable system. You need stable funding because only after 10 years you'll be able to say anything about a specific device. So you need secure and stable funding that needs to be independent from the industry, and it needs to ideally be a national system. So all women are endorsed in collecting these data. In terms of the data set, there's data on patient, on device, on operation, and also on complications such as ALCL and the newly SCC. And I think we should aim to minimize the administrative burden. You can use barcode technology. You can also use a reference number. If you collect a reference number, you'll know every detail of an implant. So the data sets need to be standardized. They need to be minimized, so you collect as little data as possible. You need to define your data points. And also really important is you need to collect social security number and a unique device identification number, as many women travel between clinics, especially in the private clinics. You need to be able to track them over the clinics. With the current GDPR legal issues, this is really important to back this up. The database needs to be secure. You need to analyze your outcome to net to analyze your input. You need to benchmark and compare the outcomes. And I think in the Netherlands, we have an annual report that we use really to do our plan, do, check, act cycle. So once you analyze or once you come up with the output, then you go back to the whole system. You need to re-standardize everything. It's a huge step forward that we actually made these reports that are publicly available through PubMed and the internet. Now, ICOBA, this is the International Collaborative Initiative on Registry Devices. It's many countries. I'm really proud to say that Italy has been part of it, a proud member of this group since the start. It now is under the flag of the biggest international confederation of plastic surgery societies, ICOPLAST, and we want to share to improve. So we have blueprints and we need to learn from mistakes, and we've been actively involved in aiding people all over the world that are setting up these registries. It's a lot of work and we really need to be aware of this. So we published on a number of publications on breast implant devices, and that are all findable, of course. And we have these annual reports that are from many more countries, such as Sweden and Australia as the leaders, together with the Netherlands. We have a website on ResearchGate that we try to collect all the publications, so feel free to have a look at it. One specific project we did was we linked the data points internationally by looking at our annual reports from these 4 countries. And I want to share briefly some things that really underscore the importance of standardization of data numbers and data systems. So we looked at the 2017 annual reports, and we collected information on all these registries, and we started to compare outcomes and standardize these issues. And so we thought, let's look at so many new interesting things, and we can really look at more data, and we're all standardizing according to the ICOBRA set. So either, although some registries are bigger or smaller, we'll be able to make it overlap, and it will be a really easy project. The reality was it was really different, really difficult. There were different setups, national versus local, opt-in versus opt-out, inclusion criteria. Some countries have expanders and others have not, and different definitions that were all really important to understand and appreciate in order to move forward. When we started to compare, we had over 200,000 implants to collect these data on. But the reality again was that we had to exclude about half, and we really could only focus on the virgin breast, and there were different definitions. So we really had to exclude about half of all the implants. And this is where a lot is to gain, especially for you as Italy, as you're designing these things. Make sure that we are on the same page with definitions. So what you can do is you can now actually compare outcomes between reconstruction and aesthetic in revision rates, such as we did with these huge numbers. And of course, we're going to publish this, but I think the lessons learned is that there was a lot done, but there's a lot more to be done. And I'm really super thrilled with all the initiatives from Italy and how you are working so hard to get this forward. So the next part is that we actually going to link to pharma databases, to cancer registries, and we're going to standardize it even more. So I think an example of this is the Odyssey and the Eden project, and if you're interested, I'll be more than happy to elaborate a bit more on. So for now, thank you for your time, and I'm really proud and happy with the Italians' participations and the hard work. May 3rd, we're going to organize an ICOBRA summit in Dubai, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from Antonella all her experiences, and we welcome her leadership in moving also ICOBRA forward. So it would be really fantastic if an Italian delegation will be there present as well. So for now, thank you very much. I'm going to try to join online to see if there's any more questions. And for now, have a fantastic day. Thank you very much.
Bene, ringraziamo.
Many thanks to Inne for this interesting contribution, where he was highlighting the importance of a complete collection, very homogeneous collection at national level of the data that are needed so as to set up an implant prosthetic device registry, which is what we aim at by just setting up the registry, which is about to become operational and which will allow for uniformity of collection and data that have been detected and found. this morning session contributions have come to the end. We just have a couple of minutes to devote to question and answers or possible clarifications before allowing for a break. My congratulations in the first place to all of you, starting from the director to Mrs. Lispi, Mrs. Campanale. All of them are those who I have had the extreme pleasure of working with. I just like to make a comment regarding an important piece of data emerging out of the tables of the very first assessment and evaluation. That is the shortest life of reconstructive devices, which has got nothing to do with the device itself, but which is connected to a mistake, a planning mistake of the planning of the surgeon. So dislocated devices or smaller than what was needed, whereby the patient requires a second surgery just for aesthetic reasons. Now, we know that the numerical data are not always perfect. They are only too often possible to be manipulated and interpreted, which is very important because in the reconstructive field, the device is changed, but not because of prosthetic problems or issues. That is the greatest majority of cases. Thank you for this side comment, Dr. Leroy, because this is also proving how the reading of the data set has to be matched by one's own field experience, which is what allows us to have an appropriate interpretation of the same data set. I hope there are going to be many other contributions, but failing any other questions or contributions, I can only thank you for your attention, for staying with us so far. And I would like to hope that what was just said during the session was equally interesting, not just for you, but also for me. And I would now come to the end of this session before getting to the operational phase, where we will have to join in with regions, with the distributing companies and manufacturers, with the surgeons, and then start doing data collection and data interpretation. And that is going to be done with the help of scientific societies that are involved. Many thanks, and I will now allow for a short break. Thanks to Mr. Morgiano for having moderated this first morning session. We shall resume in, let's say, some 10 minutes. And after that, we will have a round table. Thank you. Dr. Cideni, Dr. Bernardi, Dr. Falcone, and Asa. We are going to go back to our works at institutional level. Now we come to the quick and to the debate with all of the stakeholders that are active part of this registry. Seated next to me, there are 4 of the representatives of the regions. That is to say, the regions that were mentioned by the Health Commission because of their expertise, because of their knowledge and experience in the field, and who are part of the active working group with the ministry, an active working group that was set up for the full operational registry. Dr. Cideni from Lombardy, Dr. Francesca Futura Bernardi for the Campania region, and Mrs. Falcone from Emilia-Romagna, together with Silvia Asaro and Francesco Cideni. The roundtable, as I was saying, was not just made up of national and regional representatives, but we also invited to this roundtable other scientific societies. Carlo Magliocca from the Reconstructive and Aesthetic Plastic Surgery Society, Dr. Roncella, who's there, and then maybe if you could just get closer, from the National Association of Surgeon Cynologists, then Dr. Leoni, Vice President or Deputy President of the National Federation of the Guild of Surgeons and Dentist Surgeons. Mrs. Gellona will also log in from a remote location. Will be speaking from Milan for the National Assembly of Confindustria dealing with medical devices. And representing the breast distributors, the Managing Director of Polytech, and Mrs. Eugenia Calabrese, Manager of Johnson & Johnson. At the end of each contribution, there will be a possibility to express one's own comments, asking questions or asking for more information, and they will reply. Now let's get started from the regions. Today, we are all here as a testimony of the work that was conducted in the past years, and especially for the final setting up of a national registry. But please, allow me one thing. I did forget to say one thing. We have a very, very close friend and dear friend, Roberta Giarrusso. She's a testimonial. I forgot her. I'm sorry, I apologize for that, she says. Is the mic on? I am used to lending my voice to given causes, and in the first place, let me say good morning. Let me introduce myself for those who do not know me. because I know that you are dealing with very important topics. You don't really have much time to spend in front of the TV screen. My name is Roberta Giarrusso. I'm an actress. And before getting started, let me thank all of you, all of the doctors, physicians, who in a very passionate manner are involved in this activity. I would like to thank the Ministry of Health. It's a great pleasure for me and a great honor for me to be here as a testament, as a witness and as a testimonial voice for a project that came to its end and which was allowing for the setting up of this registry. I'm not a physician, let me say this. I work in a different sector, which is the entertainment sector of the television, cinema, entertainment. I started my career as a model. I was a catwalk model, and my body, my face, my voice have always been my own working tool, apart from the training, the improvement of acting technologies and performing technologies, and techniques. I've always had the need of taking good care of myself, of my body, of always being fit and looking healthy, and I never denied having had, because of psychophysical well-being, I tried to improve my appearance, and I did receive an additive mastoplasty in a very young age. My personal experience, let me say, that was very positive. Maybe I was only lucky, I don't know. But at the time, I do remember that there were no socials, Google did not exist, the internet was not there, and in other words, there was no easy connection, and it wasn't easy to acquire given pieces of information. There was human relations, human contact, and there was a special relationship with the physician. Now, with this respect, I want to say, and I would like to invite all of the patients who decide to do this kind of surgery, let me say that it is of paramount importance to have a direct relationship with one's own caring physician, to stay away from research tools. They may prove useful as regards the internet, but not always what you find on the social media is clear or is appropriate or accurate. Sometimes it's only fake, and it's important to have any such information coming from physicians who've been studying and gaining expertise, that do this as a profession, and they are the ones who should advise us, do counseling to us, and allow us to acquire great awareness with peaceful of mind. So all of us women, all of us patients in general, let's trust competent physicians. They are there, they do exist, they are there for us, and that was the very first thing I wanted to say. That's my first statement. Let me also say that this is a sort of a contribution or intervention which is not just because of a desire to improve our own appearance, body appearance, aesthetic appearance, but in some cases there are women who, because of a trauma, because of a cancer, unfortunately, they are often undergoing incredible emotional stress, psychological stress, and this is very unfortunately important. So it is even more important to receive appropriate information by competent people, by expert people, the ones that are working in this sector. The other important thing, with respect to which I would like to call your attention, is the one of having regular checkups, regular controls, because this is what allows all of us patients, but most of all surgeons, to take action in a timely manner in case of complications. For example, if a device breaks or is ruptured, in case of specific symptoms, the physician or the doctor or the surgeon will have all of the appropriate time to intervene and take the right actions. I hope I've been clear in recalling that this is a very special day for the Ministry of Health, since we are coming to the end of a given phase, allowing for a very important tool such as the registry, allowing for assistance, support, and care. That is to say, the famous National Registry for Prosthetic Devices, which will prove useful to all of us, but especially to surgeons, because they are the ones who will have to provide their best assistance to their own patients. It will prove useful to the industry, because that's the industry in charge of the manufacturing of the devices, prosthetic devices. It will allow an enhancement and gains at scientific research level, and it will also allow for effective and safe treatments. Most of all, that will also be instrumental at institutional level, because of the monitoring actions and the traceability of patients, which I believe is an extraordinary fact. So many thanks for your incredible work, what you did in so many years again. On behalf of all of the women and patients, I'd like to thank you, because you make us feel protected, not left alone. And I wish you the best success for this new phase, which is about to get started, especially in the surgery field. Thank you, Roberta. I believe that you were very, very important. And also, since you did speak on behalf of many women and patients, women patients in general, there are also some male patients, though, in the field, but the great majority is probably represented by women. So your experience coming from everyday life and everyday activities and reality makes us feel useful. Now, let me go back to what I was saying before, and I apologize for this forgetfulness, but so let me go back to our institutional activities, and I would like to pass the floor immediately to Silvia Azaro. She will talk about her own experience. She will explain it and share it with you, and she will tell us how the regions are getting organized. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here, and thank you for allowing me to share my experience at regional level. This is the experience of one region which joined in very enthusiastically and joined in the initiative. Now we will see this first take-off step, which is so very important. It is quite clear, as I said, that after the pilot registry experience, a series of steps came by, one of which was the joining in the national platform. That was done. And for other regions, also the appointment of the counterparts and persons who are authorized in the management of data within regional registries according to the privacy regulations and rules, and whatever has been shared. So after the signing of the agreement and all of the agreements with the competent authorities. Now, after the pilot phase, and even in the very early steps taken during the first phases of the mandatory registry, there are some organizational aspects I would like to mention. Quite clearly, what I believe is more important is that the activity of the registry was sort of falling upon the activities already existing at regional level. There are some company industrial counterparts, whether hospitals, local health units, and regional authorities as well. So it was very natural to allow all of these figures to take up a role of territorial representatives of the registry. And we should also say one more thing. Maybe even before saying what I said, I should have said something else, which is not to be neglected. That is to say, our own activity in the pharmaceutical assistance and device sector at regional level would never, our own activity would never be successful if that hadn't already taken up in a reality that already existed. The Tuscany region is coordinated by Dr. Roncella at regional level, Tuscany regional level, and thanks to the support provided to that network and the support they gave us, we could allow for some further actions to be implemented, to be fed into the list of procedures and carry out some operational tests with the pilot registry platform. We then shared with the Senological Network a series of meetings, and that was not just the activity having to do with the registry, but what was occurring was a sort of a cooperation which will be led forward in future years as well. And in the past years, thanks to the functioning and the working of that vigilance network and vigilant activities and actions, we allowed for other actions supported by competent authorities, by Dr. Campanali, who's very ready to respond to our own questions and doubts. But a different collaboration was then started, which was very profitable, and it was a great pleasure to have that. Now, in keeping with all this, we aim at involving not only the registry authorities, but also the other private component structures which are not yet well known in this field of activity, because there are no flows, data flows coming at regional level within and coming from private structures. There is only some sort of overseeing, checks, monitoring activities in order to check whether the locations are appropriate, whether the activities carried out with any such structures are appropriate and in line with the regulations. And I think that after this step, all of this will allow us to have access to the most complete possible information having regard to prosthetic devices and surgeries that were performed in the course of time, but also in order to establish a profitable relationship with health operators and with the authorities at territorial level, so as to develop other information-oriented activities, other vigilance and surveillance-oriented activities at regional level, whether in the public or in the private sector. And I would like to thank you for supporting us also in this broader sense. Let me say that the Tuscany region was always, ever since the beginning of this activity, was very active, very much involved and willing to participate, and in feeding in data and in collecting data. I think that Antonella at Tuscany level was the one who has fed in the highest number of procedures at registry level. So we know that you are working truly well at territorial level and within your own territory. You did mention a very important one, which is the one of the private structures, sometimes the ones that have no certification and that are not hospitals. And because these structures are less used to filing data, compiling them, feeding information into well-structured flows, information flows. So we try and work a lot on this front and in this context. So many thanks. And now I would like to pass the floor to Francesco Cideni from the Lombardy region. Again, he will share with us his own experience. In the first place, let me thank you for this kind invitation. I was never participating in the part having to do with the pilot project phase. But before introducing the Lombardy region activities, or the ones implemented by the region, in order to comply with what has been envisaged by the ministerial regulatory activities and documents, I would like to say that the Lombardy region joined in to the technological infrastructure set up by the ministry. And that was because of two main reasons. The first one was to allow for better uniformity of data collection or during data collection. This is something that we are never tiring of saying, because this stands as one quality requisite. So quality and the completeness and accuracy of data collection are very important. And the second aspect is that this is what grants, if needed, timely access to the information collected within and filed in the regional registry. Now, for the Lombardy region, this is of specific importance, especially with respect to the health mobility at inter-regional level, which is very active, and which, because of this kind of interventions, whether replacement of breast implants or implantation, is accounting for some 25–30% of hospital stays and hospitalizations. Then I would also like to highlight another aspect which I believe is important, that is the fulfillment procedure envisaged by the regulation or the regulatory document, which is envisaging two indicators that tend to monitor the coverage, the complete coverage on the side of structures and in the field of implanted devices. So all of the proactive measures adopted at regional level allow us to decline in an easier way all of the goals that are being established by the DGs, the General Directorates, especially of the providing bodies. In other words, this is one very important aspect, because it then allows in a cascade fashion to work, to operationally work and intervene in practical activities such as the collection of data to be fed into the registry at national and regional level. The Lombardy region is very much convinced and believes in the importance of this activity. We are about to publish a notice defining and a decision defining the plans for the year 2023. This is an activity which was envisaged by the National Registry and also envisaged in the data feeding in the National Registry. And this is a deliberation of the Lombardy regulations. And this is where I will stop. Thank you, Francesco. The Lombardy region is probably the largest region in Italy, geographically speaking. So the importance of sending out this timely message, the timeliness in fully accessing this registry is something very beautiful, and I think it's very important to inform people about this. Now the floor goes to Dr. Bernardi from the Campania region. I would like to participate in this very important region and activity. And thanks to Dr. Campanale and Dr. Lispi, together with the director of the pharmaceutical director of the services, Mr. Trama, well, we joined in the vigilance team, Cozzolino and Maiolevo, because of their activity, the activity which is anticipating a series of well-being actions at council level, regional council level. This year there was a decision for the vigilance regulation, which allows for the monitoring of the national health system in an all-round manner. We have a strong pharmacovigilance tradition at regional level, and we are very enthusiastic in taking part of any such activities, because this is what then is been grafted onto the Campania Oncology Network, which was activated in 2017 and which already has its own registry. And on top of the infectious disease network, for all of the measures, safety measures that are involved in any surgery, and the many address lines for the next PN car, which is going to be published next year. I think that this is a new approach, a new opening towards the scientific world, thanks to the scientific societies, allowing us for the setting up of this registry, which is containing a very balanced quantity of data, but it's also mandatory. There are some fields allowing for qualitative data, allowing for the monitoring of the outcomes, for the follow-up of patients undergoing surgical procedures who may need a revision surgery. And in that case, again, you have to check for the outcomes of the process. And we also hope for a new sanctioning system to be adopted so as to allow for corrective measures in case of given procedures or practices which in the course of past years probably were not carefully conducted and which ever since 2010 instead are carefully monitored. So many thanks on the side of our entire regional council, and we are ready to start off with the agreed 180-day deadline which was agreed upon. Thank you.
Di crederci in questa.
Thank you for your involvement with the project. The private sector is very active in your region, and we need every possible effort to reach private facilities because they can be harder to persuade, let's say. Now, Dr. Falcone from Emilia-Romagna. The implementation of the registry in my region, Emilia-Romagna, is related with the device vigilance network in Emilia-Romagna. Our colleagues are quite expert. The network has been formalized after years of silent efforts, thanks to the new registry. So the implementation of the registry will take place in agreement with the members of the existing device vigilance network and the Senology network, because we want to engage first and foremost public facilities. Traceability is for us a priority. In public facilities, everything is standardized. Public healthcare companies must enter data into the databases. The registry is an opportunity to highlight activities performed privately. Private companies are not obliged, are not forced to enter data, and so we don't know actually what they do. This opportunity can't be missed. We want to understand who does what. We don't want to focus on public institutions only. We must be aware of what happens in private centers, not only in terms of breast implants, but also the use of gloves. This is extremely important in surgery. You know, changing gloves is not so standardized. When should you change gloves? When the surgeon feels like changing them. But the pandemic taught us how valuable gloves are. In Italy, we don't have glove manufacturing sites. The regions had to adopt urgent measures to procure gloves, so the registry will help us. We will learn who changes gloves, when and how. Every region shall prepare a report providing an overall picture. We will improve vigilance and surveillance, and we will optimize the existing procedures involving accredited private facilities. Accredited facilities shall comply with the same rules as public centers. Dr. Lispi, back to you. Thank you. Thank you for touching upon major points. Traceability and safety of care. This is important for all healthcare facilities, public, private, accredited, non-accredited. This is not just a formality. Information, we should provide and receive feedback from every center, every facility. So, we will now hear from scientific associations, scientific societies. We highlighted the important role of communication, but now we will hear from the clinical world how they perceive these issues. Dr. Magliocca is the first guest from the Italian Society of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. I introduce myself. I am the past president of SICPRE, the Italian Society of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery. My greetings. The current president couldn't join us today. Also Claudio Bernardi, president of the second Italian Society of Plastic Surgery, would like to greet you too. Before speaking, I would like to thank Antonio Iachino, Dr. Lispi and Campanale for what they have done to really finalize this project. It is so important for all of us, for scientific societies, for the industry and for patients. Italy ranks first. This is the first registry regulated by a government institution. The other registries are regulated by scientific societies. Before discussing the registry, I'd like to answer Dr. De Vita, a dear friend and colleague, but this time I disagree with you, Roy. I don't feel stating that most reconstructive procedures are due to malpositioning or errors. Italian plastic surgeons are among the best in the world. Yes, everyone can make a mistake. It's not about mistakes, especially in reconstruction. I think it's about the consequence of reconstructive surgery. What therapies should be done before or after radio or non-radiotherapy. After mastectomy, you know, the gland is no longer there, so I don't feel like sharing your view. I think this is due, you know, to the chest, to the progression of the disease, to treatment, not mistakes. implants, the implants that we use are the same as those that we use in plastic surgery, in cosmetic surgery. Why do they last less? Because these women are sick. We give them drugs, radiotherapy, and that can interfere with the length, with the lifetime of an implant. Italian plastic surgery is one of the best in the world. So I disagree with you. I really don't think that our colleagues make mistakes. As to your question, it's very easy. My answer is very easy. It all boils down to figures and data, politics, finance, economics, geology, global warming. They are all based on data and figures. Without data and figures, the world would stop. So this registry will provide us with data and figures. This is the strength, the weapon of the ministry. Breast implants are devices belonging to class 3. So they are at risk. But they are absolutely safe. If you see a patient, how can you tell her, we are using a risky device, but it is safe? Because the risk is not compatible with the term safe. Yet, these devices can actually cause early and late complications after years. So the registry will enable us to investigate complications. As a president of a scientific society, I don't care about statistics. I believe that the registry will allow to take stock of key data: adjuvant therapy, age of patients, position of the implant, behind the muscle, the gland, whatever, what kind of implants, anatomical, round, surface, smooth, textured. The registry will provide us with a wealth of information to help us, surgeons, optimize the OR and train and others and really serve our patients. Every woman, every breast is unique. Different women suffer from different diseases. Breast cancer is not one. It's a multifaceted condition that can be treated in several different ways. We shall develop, we shall choose the best implant for that patient based on her condition and treatment. As to cosmetic surgery, capsular contracture. This is one of the most frequent complications, especially if the implant is behind the gland. According to the literature, dual plane, less common. Tebet, a great American surgeon, taught us the dual plane is the safest. In 3 years, he had a 0% complication rate, but surgeons like Müller, a German colleague, in 2018 and Haddad in 2019 published papers where they state that a mechanical irritation of the posterior surface of an implant can rub over the ribs, the rib wall. So, Roy, if an implant is placed over a rib, it's at risk of posterior rupture. Yes, but the implant is the same. So I don't want to take any more time away. Let me just stress that this registry is a really good thing. It is important, not for the sake of statistics, but to prevent complications in surgery, in every surgical procedure, the key words are safety and caution. And that's what we have to do in the best interest of our patients. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Magliocca. Registry data will help us address scientific issues, and you surgeons will receive information that has to do with your doubts, your feelings, impressions, theories, those that you treat on a daily basis. In line with this topic, I would ask Dr. Loncella, representing the Italian Association of Breast Surgeons. Good morning. First of all, let me congratulate with you for this initiative. We were all eagerly waited for it. It is very right, I think, to give visibility to your efforts, to your and our efforts. This visibility joins us because we all believe this is important, and we hope that results will improve over time. I represent ANISC, the Italian Society of Breast Surgeons. So, repair, reconstruction. Let me greet you on behalf of our President, Professor Caruso. Secondo Folli was supposed to be with us today, but we have other people from the steering committee, Dr. Terribili and others, to prove to what extent our society believes in this project. This is an opportunity to bring to the fore what we do daily. Roberta, I carefully listened to you. What Roberta said is that communication is important, and not only communicating your own experience, although this is very important, but as Professor Magliocca said, we have to communicate sure data. Every patient should receive appropriate information, good or bad. This means being professional, making choices, and share our decisions with patients. During the pilot phase, some years ago, I was a bit worried. Why? My colleagues used to say, this is time-consuming. Silvia knows very well what happened, and it is true, because it takes time to enter data. Indeed, the data that we have seen is way more important, and even though it took time for us with patients to explain the registry, asking for their consent, but we were quite specific and detailed. You know, if a patient suffers from breast cancer, reconstruction is considered to be less important, and this is very wrong. Every procedure can cause problems and complications. If you can explain everything with data at hand, where patients are monitored and they feel safe, well, I think the registry really can make a difference. Thank you, Manuela. She was the first surgeon to enter data during the pilot phase. She does believe in what we are doing. And by the way, she has the largest coverage in the registry. Now, the Federation of Doctors and Surgeons, Dr. Giovanni Leoni. What about the Federation's input to the registry? All clinicians, all healthcare professionals are invited to take part in this effort. Thank you very much. I thank you, the Ministry, Dr. Campanale, for involving our federation, representing close to 500,000 Italian physicians. So we really represent a large proportion of physicians. President Filippo Anelli asked me to attend this meeting. I am a general surgeon, so breast implants are in line with my expertise, although I generally operate on different procedures, not breast implants in particular. But I appreciated the words spoken by breast doctors and plastic surgeons. We are invited to enter personal data. You know, the Association of Physicians do certify the qualifications of physicians. They must be graduates, and they must comply with CME requirements too. We are at your disposal for activities like certificates and also we are also prepared to help with private facilities, because we believe that those facilities should be monitored as well, not only public centers. As for the relationship with primary care physicians, I think that they too can play an important role. I thank Assunta Campanale. I really want to thank Assunta Campanale and Roberta Giarrusso. They, Roberta in particular, bravely accepted to speak up. Roberta wanted to improve her looks, but you know, she helps us understand what most people want and look for. I'm not speaking of patients, not breast cancer patients, but women who want to receive a breast implant. As a surgeon, I can tell you this really makes a difference. General surgeons operated on breast cancer initially, but then they opened breast units. Complications, outpatient facilities is part of our daily work, daily life. Complications are kind of forgotten or overlooked relative to improving, you know, compared to the desire to improve your looks and appearance. Cosmetic surgery, aesthetic surgery is a different world, and there are huge financial interests in that sphere. So what the Ministry of Health is doing should be praised. It is more than appropriate. Why? Because especially for, you know, young people, the media, social media, television, whatever, you know, they send out models of beauty, of behavior that trigger, you know, procedures that can turn into negative implications, negative consequences. That's why we need duly certified devices.
Thank you, Dr. Leone, for your work, the work you're conducting and which is supporting our own work. We need this incredible interaction. Now we could only wait for the industrial counterpart. Mrs. Gellone, Director General of Confindustria for Medical Devices. She will be the counterpart sharing with us the Confindustria contribution in our own field and sector. Yes, I hope you can hear me. Many thanks and good morning. Many thanks for this kind invitation and more in general for this initiative. Very useful indeed. And not just interesting. As medical devices represented by Confindustria, we've always did have our own registries. Marina Torre from the National Health Institute will probably remember that we started working with the Institute at the very dawn of the first registry of implantable devices, because we believe that this kind of activity proves to be very effective, especially from the vigilance point of view. And I also remember that and recall that also for the industrial side and then enterprise side, this is also of paramount importance. We obviously never would want to hear about accidents with devices, but this is very useful on the side of the entrepreneurial system to have a vigilance system which works, which could support businesses and enterprises to improve and enhance their activities. The registry system is a very useful system, also in terms of the great mass of data and valuable information contained in the registries. From this viewpoint, we will greeting favorably the hypothesis of distributing and is setting up other registries, such as the ones of breast implantable devices, but many more, hopefully, because of the reasons that I just mentioned. There is then another aspect, which is evidence of importance of registries for the industry. You probably know that the European regulations make it mandatory for the manufacturers to acquire data in the course of the entire life of that medical device. From that viewpoint, the registers could prove, and the registries could prove very useful and very interesting indeed. I would want once again to repeat a request. This is not the first time I am making this request. That is the one of having the possibility of acquiring some of the information contained in these registries. Obviously, it is going to be the competent authority which will decide what kind of information could be accessed in the full respect of privacy or other limitations that have been set. But the system of business registries would prove to be very important, because there could be access to a set of information, and in other countries where these registries exist, this function was allowed and enabled. We are obviously willing and available to make use, but not for free in this sense, of this kind of activity, so we're willing to pay for that. But I also believe that such a possibility, apart from increasing the level of collaboration that already is ongoing and which will exist more and more in between the entrepreneurial world and the institutions and the scientific societies in general. So apart from this further level of collaboration, I also believe that this could stand as another tool allowing us to acquire fundamental data that will allow us to improve more and more the safety level and the performance of our own devices. So many thanks for this initiative. Once again, let me say that our association is fully available to go on collaborating in the field of any such important activities. So thank you very much. Thank you, Fernanda, for your contribution, for your questions, and for expressing the availability to keep going along this pathway. I am now taking a good look at my director just to make sure that he did grasp the importance of this message. And now we will talk with the distributors of the prosthetic devices. Eugenia Calabresi from Johnson & Johnson. Good morning. I would like to thank the Ministry of Health as well, and all of the participants that are here, and those who invited us, not only to take part in the event, but as a matter of fact, as was already said and mentioned by other speakers, the activities started, as far as all of us, the distributors, in 2018. We were called into this initiative in the very early stages of the initiative. This is what allowed us to actively contribute to the setting up of this registry, but also to understand its need, its utility for patients, but for all of the involved stakeholders and actors, and to provide our own active contribution. Quite clearly, my congratulations go to the Health Ministry, which in a very forward manner and was capable of anticipating what is written and stated in Article 118 of the regulation, whereby all member states should try and do their best to encourage the setting up of registries having to do with medical devices. And I would also like to go back to what Mrs. Gellona said, because registries are obviously completing the traceability activity and at the same time of the clinical data collection, because these data are useful to the manufacturers in order to monitor the performance of their own medical devices and implantable devices across the territory. The registry will then, to the difference of ad hoc clinical trials, which are necessarily confined and limited to some hospitals, to some medical devices, and which are only conducted by given companies, these registries allow us to collect data from an incredible pool of public structures and private structures. And I would like to say that here we are dealing with breast implantable devices that are marketed and that are utilized in the market. This is obviously filling a gap, the gap which is the one of the ad hoc clinical trials conducted by unknown entities, but also by the health institutes. Sometimes we were confronted with some limits, the limits of the registries, whereby they were strongly focusing onto the device while highlighting only the negative characteristics or traits of that device without assessing or evaluating other factors, which were instead the ones, for example, the technique or the surgical procedure that was conducted, the soft tissue plane or the pocket in which the prosthetic device is placed. Dr. Campanale, out of the many data collected, if I understood her correctly, said that there won't be any more risks of finding data just simply judging the prosthetic device because of the size of, because of its makeup, chemical makeup. And as Mrs. Gellona said quite clearly, the company would want to have a possibility of accessing any such data, not just the aggregate data, but also providing to each individual manufacturing company the data having regard with their own prosthetic devices compared to the total pooled data from other companies, manufacturing companies, which is what could be already done in an American registry. One more thing as an enterprise I would like to add. We will definitely have to collaborate, all of us together. And as a business, we cannot provide any direct information to our patients having to do with the technical data, but I think, nonetheless, that it is possible to conduct outreach and informative campaigns, campaigns conducted by the ministry, the scientific societies, the involved manufacturing companies, so as to provide patients with objective and easy to understand information and help the patient in choosing the different treatment options. Thank you so much for this. I would now like to call Mariangela Dalpra from Polytech. We would like to know more about the information coming from or sent out from other manufacturing companies. It was a greatest pleasure to collaborate with my colleague Eugenia Calabrese from the very beginning, from the very initial steps taken by this project. So it was really interesting to see how three different parties seated around the same table, that is distributors, the industry side, the institutions, and the physicians, the medical operators, the health operators, who once again find themselves seated around a circle, a round table, and not separated from the scientific point of view, from the institutional point of view, and from the business point of view. I, this morning, was considering one specific thing. This is the year 2022, and that in March 1962, Mr. Magliocca and Mr. Roy De Vita probably know this very well, the first device was implanted, the very first modernly conceived breast prosthetic device, which are now celebrating their 60th anniversary. I was reasoning on this together with today's mantra, that is, increasing the body of knowledge so as to improve the treatments available. And now, after 60 years, do we still need that? Yes, that's the answer. Yes, we need it very much. And I'm saying this from the side of the industry. I was working in the multinational sector for 30 of the 60 years of career I have. And every time I was asked, what is the market of prosthetic devices in Italy? How many prosthetic devices are implanted on a yearly basis? We had to ask the counseling companies, Ernst & Young, who were conducting projections and studies. They were providing us with numerical data. But what about performance? That was a big question mark, a big open question. So I think that maybe to me this may look as important, but especially for that 44% coming out of the preliminary data in aesthetic surgery, because if in the reconstructive surgery field we have the SDOs, we have an idea, and we know where the prosthetic devices are implanted, but in the aesthetic field, unfortunately, and I dare say this, we don't have clarity of mind. We don't know exactly what's going on. Another aspect I would like to mention is something that was mentioned earlier on. Now, if I have 36% of revision surgeries due to a problem that was not correlated to the aesthetic prosthetic device, well, that's not meaning that then the blame is to be placed on the physician, or it is to be placed on the side of the prosthetic device. But now, how can we sit, all of us, the three of us, sit around the table and making it possible for the percentages to go down and to develop new products at the same time and monitor the ones that are on the market? So that's my message for today, the take-home message. Oh, that was a nice conclusion at the end of the round table. That was the most important message, the take-home message. We are not here to achieve any further things or to establish new tasks, but we are here because we believe in the information, in the feedback coming from information that allows us to improve the devices, and the industry, I believe, is interested not only because of its own purposes, but also because they are interested in placing on the market products that are ever more safe and qualitatively good. And we need to perceive in a factual manner the need for health that is perceived at broad level, at population level. And this is a need that is to be expressed. And obviously the registry will provide us with the opportunity of building up new evidences in a more reliable way on the basis of qualitative data, and will allow us to achieve the goals we have set. Having said this, I would like to open to the audience the possibility of asking questions or making comments, if there are any. The speakers are also invited to join in. If they do have questions, they can. Well, there are no questions. It's 1 o'clock, so let's come to the end of this morning session, which was entirely dedicated and devoted to the registry. Outside of this room, there is a lunch break, and so let's join into the lunch break. Pause, and that is before resuming later on after lunch. So we will resume in more or less 1 hour. Thank you. proceeding with the second part of this day, and in the first place, let me greet you on behalf of the Undersecretary, who, because of previous commitments, couldn't make it here. And I am now reading his own greetings, and again, he is also wishing to all of us the best success. Then Mr. Rivicori, Director General of Communication and International Relations, and I would like to thank him for the fact that he truly contributed to the success of this day. We are perfectly in time, so I wouldn't want to waste any valuable time, and I pass the floor to Mrs. Antonella Campanale. She will talk about the anaplastic large cell lymphoma, the ALCL, in Italy.
No, volevo dare il benvenuto anche.
I would also like to welcome Mr. Nava, who has logged in from Milan, where he is attending an international meeting. Then I'd like to greet also someone else. And at the Health Ministry, we had been invited to this meeting, to attend this meeting, but because of the concomitance of both events, we couldn't make it possible. But maybe if he'd like to take the floor, I would like to say that our colleague is welcome to do so. And good afternoon and good morning to everyone. Let's get started with the clinical condition. The anaplastic large cell lymphoma associated to breast implants is a rare form of lymphoma, the onset of which could happen in patients who received an implant because of aesthetic reasons or reconstructive surgery reasons. Now, in general, the anaplastic lymphoma could take place and happen in all patients, but in the patients implanted with breast implants, it comes in a very specific form. It develops around the breast implant. Hence, the suspicion that somehow the implant could play a role in the pathogenesis of this condition. So, since the Health Ministry deals with these topics, because probably what is involved is a medical device, as we have already said, and the Health Ministry is the competent authority who has the task of surveillance and vigilance of all of the devices that were placed on the market. Now, whenever we receive the first notices and notifications of the first cases in the year 2014, the first thing we did was sort of sensitizing people and allowing for more information to be circulated, because if you don't know what's going on, you cannot diagnose it. So we sent around the territory some informations, some notifications to doctors, physicians, locations, autonomous independent provinces, that by providing indications as to how that diagnosis should be correctly made. So we notified also the Health Ministry, and we set up a multidisciplinary team and a working table within the ministry that was multidisciplinary as well, because this is not a condition which is of the competence or falls into the management of the plastic surgeon. This is a condition that has to be dealt with at a multidisciplinary way, together with the oncologist, the oncohematologist, the radiologist, the hematologist, and then we all are part of Europe. So the Health Ministry is also part of the international task force that was set up in the year 2014 with the goal and the purpose of monitoring and overseeing this condition at international level. We did even more, because we didn't just confine ourselves to the receiving of the notifications. We also did some data collection. And on the right-hand side, we see a list of the data we collect for each case that's been notified. By so doing, we did set up a true registry of Italian patients with ALCL. We have age-related, sex-related information, clinical history, and many more pieces of information. As we said, that these implants won't last the entire life period. So the patients may have a clinical previous history of implants that were already received. So that is very important because that kind of past history is very crucial for these patients. We then checked the symptoms with which the disease has occurred, what is the stage of the disease at the diagnosis moment, the treatment, and then the outcome on the patient. We also went a tiny further. We did recover within the check of the literature all of the cases where this lymphoma form was diagnosed before the year 2014. And here you see the results. As of November the 3rd, 2022, there were 92 cases. In 10 years, the Health Ministry received notification of 92 cases. And you can see in this chart, the graphic chart shows the trend and the incidence. Year after year, we make the estimated incidence. In the year 2019, there was a peak, and every 17,000 implanted patients, there was a case occurring. And then we had the second peak in 2021, one case every 20,000 cases of implanted patients. Now, I'm showing this because this is also a way to see how some figured results and some figures have been perceived. There was no increase in the incidence, but we just simply fine-tuned the methodology with which we check the incidence, and thanks to given data which are now coming back from the registry. So nowadays we think that in Italy, and this is meaning the Health Ministry believes that these data are reliable in terms of incidence rates. In some 60% of the cases, the disease was diagnosed in patients receiving reconstructive aesthetic prosthetic devices. In 93% of the cases, the occurrence was the one of a seroma. All of a sudden, the patient sees this volumetric increase in one of the two breasts because of a liquid that seems to be pooling around the prosthetic device. In 90% of the cases, the disease occurs with just a seroma. In other cases, 23% of the cases, there were other symptoms associated, pain, erythema, itching, fever. In 5.4%, there was no seroma instead, but rather only a mass that had developed in correspondence or nearby the periprosthetic capsule. And together with the mass, there was another capsular contracture that was associated. And here are the data that we constantly receive. We are interested in understanding what is the time lag going in between the implant of the device and the onset of symptoms, which is of about 7.7 years. We also make estimates of the time lag in between the surgery and the diagnosis. And why we do so? Because we keep that under control. We estimate the kind of intervention from the health point of view. We wouldn't want to have too much discrepancy in between the time to symptoms and the time to the diagnosis. In the slide, you can see how we are absolutely referring to a lymphoma, which is having an absolutely favorable prognosis. 92% of the patients were referred to the patients at the stage 1, but there are other cases that were referred at stage 4. Now, this is something that the Health Ministry needs to know, that 97% of the patients were cured. Unfortunately, we also saw in Italy 2 fatal cases. And the critical conditions at the time when we saw the patients, unfortunately, couldn't be changed anymore. There was no other possibility. And whatever we learned with respect to the single case and the study of overall data was always shared with what the scientific world was doing. We did that through the publication of scientific works, which were then published in the most important magazines of the sector. We learned that even though we talk about a lymphoma, we are referring to a lymphoma. As a matter of fact, we refer to a clinical condition that behaves as a solid tumor. And why am I saying this? Well, because what we did notice was that the surgical procedure and its role is of paramount importance in the prognosis of these patients so as to allow them to be cured. And whenever possible, the radical surgical treatment and procedure, even in the most advanced stages of the disease, allowed the patients to be cured in the end. All of these things are also translated into a definition in guidelines for some therapeutic diagnostic paths followed by these patients. We sent out circular letters containing the guidelines. That was already done in 2019, and then together with the experts, we also did that some 15 days ago once again. I'm so very happy to say that recently the guidelines and the approach directions were validated from the scientific point of view, because some of the table members, together with the Tor Vergata University of Rome and scientific societies, and together with ICPE and SIM, were publishing the guidelines on the most important sectoral magazines, scientific magazines. And now the etiopathogenesis. The etiopathogenesis, as of today, is only hypothetical, but the attention of the competent authorities stays focused on the medical device, on the role played by the breast prosthetic device. And if we queried the shear on the BLCL, was highlighting a moderate level of evidence in the random correlation between the onset of this clinical condition and some types of breast devices. What the shear was defining as surface roughness, which was intermediate to high. But then the shear was also declaring that the pathogenetic mechanism hasn't been clarified yet, not completely at least. And we've understood that new studies and trials are needed to understand more about this. Further pieces of information will be sent back by the same registries. And this is why today we decided to frame this session within a day celebrating the National Registry of Breast Implants. There are some aspects we would like to share, which are instrumental to explaining and showing what is the critical attitude of the fully competent authorities with respect to such conditions. As of today, all of the published data and even the same conclusions within the share were done on the basis of the epidemiological data having to do with the surface characteristics of the implant at the time of the diagnosis. And as I said, many of these patients have a past previous implant history. So only too often in between the onset of symptoms and the diagnosis, the patient is undergoing repeated surgeries whereby the patient removes the implants. And if the competent authority has to do surveillance and oversee and do the checks on the device which is truly involved in such a situation, we also believe that we have to take a look at what the device is at the time of the onset of symptoms. And here we see that out of the 92% of the patients, 43% shows a past previous history of implant surgeries. And this shows how on the left-hand side there are some surface characteristics of the implanted device when the symptoms started. On the right-hand side, you see how the percentages change. So the same patient displays different devices, because at the time of the diagnosis, the surface characteristics of the implant device are different. So what did we do? We checked the two patients who had a past previous implant history in between the first device and the onset of symptoms. And what came out was that 52% of the patients at the time of the diagnosis have different devices that were manufactured by different manufacturers and other than the ones at the time of the symptoms onset. And this is why we want to allow and alert the competent authority. We have to monitor this condition in the best of the ways, and when the case is notified, all of the attentions should try and recover all of the necessary information having to do with that patient. This is at least if we want to understand more about that condition and of the possibly involved devices. It is true that in our cases, in the 92 cases, 76% of them and of the prosthetic devices were having a surface that was macrotexturized. It has to be then fed back into the market of breast implants. And up to the year 2018, we saw that in Italy, 99% of the implanted prosthetic devices were textured, and in most cases macrotextured. And in the great majority of the cases, we saw patients diagnosed who received patients even before the year 2019. What will then happen later on is something that still has to be seen. In conclusion, there are different types of prosthetic devices, there are different types of textures, and the risk possibly associated to different types of prosthetic devices has to be investigated and needs to be studied. We need more investigation and trials, and the first thing that needs to be done is to better characterize these devices. And this is the very reason why today we are so very happy of having here with us someone that is a colleague coming from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission Group, and she will be launching a study having to do with the features typical of the breast implants. And she will also be supporting this very study together with the committee. And this is also inclusive of the European colleagues who are logged in remotely. The anaplastic large cell lymphoma is a rare condition with an etiopathogenesis which is to be understood, and we believe that the genetic role also plays a very fundamental role. And this is why, with the DG of Medical Devices, we decided to fund also genetic research, and the preliminary results in the short term will be also accounted for by the professor coming from Napoli. And we have to advertise a tiny bit more. And what emerged, which we still believe and which we think needs to be underlined, is not indicated. It's not something that's been done by any worldwide competent authority. No prevention explantation of the device was ever accepted so as to just reduce the very low neoplastic risk. But what we as doctors feel like saying is that in the very moment when the diagnosis instead has been done and there is an indication of the removal of the capsule, is not something that's been pointed out. And in the light of the knowledge, maybe then only we could try and implant a new breast device.
Allora, innanzitutto ringrazio.
Thanks. May I thank Dr. Iachino and the Directorate for this initiative and also for their communication efforts. I also thank the testimonials. They published a series of posts in our social media. I think this is very important, albeit technical. This actually affects the daily life of very many people. Now let's move on to the next two presentations on they come from the authorities. The first is a regulatory European authority, so we have the pleasure to hear remotely Mr. Piscoy. Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly. So Paul Piscoy works as Scientific Policy Officer at the European Commission, and more specifically at the Directorate General for Health and Food Safety and the Medical Devices Unit. He is coordinating the European task force that was specifically established to monitor and supervise the BIA ALCL issue in Europe and internationally. So we thank you, Paul, for your time, for all your efforts, and you have the floor.
Sono felice di essere qui, so I will talk in English. I will have to share my screen, but I see that the host disabled my screen sharing. So maybe you can enable my screen. It is working, so I will be with you in a second. Can you please confirm that you're seeing my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Great. So thank you very much for inviting me and for introducing me. I am working with the European Commission, medical devices, and today I will briefly talk about the work of the EU Task Force on Anaplastic large cell lymphoma. So, as you know, the whole thing was flagged by the US FDA, who in 2011 published the first report on an emerging risk on the possibility of a link between anaplastic large cell lymphoma and breast implants. This has been later confirmed, and since 2016, the World Health Organization has included this type of lymphoma in its official nomenclature. As a matter of fact, La Dottoressa Campanale said that we started to work in 2014, but the first contacts were, as a matter of fact, in 2012, end of 2012. So we established a task force. I didn't count, but we have quite a number of member states, I think around 14. And we pitifully lost Switzerland and UK in the meantime for the known reasons. But basically this task force is tasked with sharing the data on the cases of BIA ALCL. Cooperating with the international regulators, and we have worked so far with the US, Canada, Austria, Brazil, and Japan. And sharing information on the national measures and discussing the regulatory measures that are to be taken or were taken. So, one of the, or rather the highlights of the output of these task forces, we have had quite a number of teleconferences between EU and international regulators. We cooperated with the European Commission scientific panels, and I will be talking in detail about that immediately. And we have participated as a task force or as members of the task forces to various workshops and congresses, for instance, like this one that we're having today. So in 2017, we asked our scientific committee, SCIR, which comes from the Scientific Committee on Health, Environmental and Emerging Risks, What is the current status of knowledge in relation to breast implants and anaplastic large cell lymphoma? And at that time, the conclusion was that a more in-depth evaluation needs to be conducted. So that basically started the whole process within the task force to try to identify the questions that the scientific committee needs to reply to. And maybe the most important questions at that time were the incidence of the disease, the type of textures the disease is associated to. Quite important, the causal relationship and the mechanism of pathogenesis. So then, based on these questions, we received an opinion, scientific opinion in 2021, and you have heard most of the outcomes presented by Dr. Campanale. Some highlights is that there is an indication that there is a moderate weight of evidence for a causal relationship between PA-LCL and texture or roughness of the texture of the breast implants. And also quite important that the risk assessment is based on the type, each type of implant. So it's a case-by-case scenario, which in Europe is done as part of the conformity assessment by the notified bodies. And then the mechanism, the etiology of the disease is not quite well understood, but there are a number of possible cases. And also quite important, and we have heard this all over the morning, that these type of devices are not lifetime devices, and the patients need to be aware of both the benefits and the risks of the devices. And getting close to the scope of the meeting today, as it was already underlined, reporting by relevant registries is major to understand both the etiology of the disease and also the risk associated with the actual implants themselves. So at that time, in 2021, you have here a summary of the cases per country reported. And I must underline that this is the confirmed cases, so around 345 in 2020. And you have now on the screen the very latest in terms of reported cases, which is from mid-September this year. And confirmed cases, we have 452, and not confirmed cases, but reported suspected cases, 61. If we are looking at the worldwide level, we see reported by FDA about 1,130 confirmed and unconfirmed, which is around mid-2022. We have, as a EU task force, tried to arrive to some conclusions regarding to this type of disease. So, in brief, BA-ALCL is a rare disease, but we see an increase in reporting, and the causes of the increase have been discussed in the morning. It is quite clear and obvious that most of the cases in Europe are involving textured breast implants. So something is happening there, and we need to investigate that further. We do have a problem with the classification used by the manufacturers in terms of roughness of the implants. So it's a bit difficult to understand this causality between the roughness and the disease. At the same time, alternatives to textured implants are not entirely risk-free, be it the use of the device or the non-device techniques for reconstruction. So, as it was said, it is important that the patients are knowing both the risk and the benefits of different interventions, as told by their clinicians. That we need further research to determine the etiological mechanism of the disease. And even with these risks, in general, the benefits of the implants used and certified today on the EU market continue to be positive. In this conclusion of the task force, we do have a minority statement by France, which does not associate itself with the position due to national measures mostly. It's important to underline that the new regulation on medical devices in Article 108, it's showing the importance that is given to implants, to implant registries, and both the Commission and the Member States should encourage the establishment of such registries, which is what's actually happening today in Italy, and we would want to congratulate you for this. And given that this Congress is made available to the public online, it also needs to offer a bit of resources for the patients. And here on this slide, I'm listing the resources for the patients in terms of safety and performance of devices, be it already now available or that will be available in the future. And I would like to underline future elements brought about by the legislation, like summary of safety and clinical performance, the implant cards, instructions for use, certificates, manufacturers, the unique device identifiers, and the reports for the clinical investigation and its summary. Breast implants are Class 3 devices, which means that the highest possible level of regulatory scrutiny is given to them in order to ensure their safety. This was my presentation of today, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Piscoi. Unfortunately, we are running out of.
Thank you, Dr. Piscoi. Unfortunately, we are running out of time.
Not sure if there are any we can then forward to you. We now have the second international contribution to this session, and we have a pre-recorded message by Dr. Nigel Mersel, who is, beside being a renowned plastic surgeon, served also as well in the same task force before Brexit. Now he's still very active internationally, and is currently president of the Plastic, Reconstructive and Aesthetic Expert Advisory Group at the UK Medicine and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency. We can have the video.
On this, you see my disclosures here. I'm going to present to you the statistics and numbers presented by MHRA for 21-22, and also some statistics about the pandemic. At the top of each slide, you'll see where the information comes from, the date, or if it is a prescient comment. To date, we have reported 1,204,619 devices being sold into the UK market. This is data from the manufacturers. A Dutch study has estimated that 1 in 30 women in Western Europe may have a breast implant, and that would equate pretty well to approximately 500,000 women having implants in situ. So that validates perhaps the sales data as being not far short of the truth. In the UK, we've had 87 BILCL cases which have been confirmed according to the WHO diagnostic criteria. As you can see, 81 of those were UK cases and 6 have been implanted outside the UK. Peak year for diagnosis was 2017, and during the pandemic years, we had 7 in 2020 and only 4 in 2021. At present, the UK estimated BIA ALCL incidence based on implants sold into the UK market is 1 in 16,500 implants, and there'll be more information about this in just a second or two. There have been other lymphomas, as you can see here. To my knowledge, we've had no reports of a squamous cell carcinoma associated with an implant. So, based on the information which has been provided by MHRA, and this is on the MHRA website, there is no evidence of an increased risk of BIALCL associated with any specific manufacturer. There is not a statistically significant difference in the occurrence of BIALCL between the manufacturers of products sold in the United Kingdom. That's very important because we are probably the only people to be providing the data of cases related to the implants, and we're going to show you that in just a second. So, across the top we have the manufacturer who's had a case of ALCL. Texture is down the left-hand side, and including polyurethane, and my texture is unknown. I'm going to move to the next slide because this also includes those patients where they've had multiple implants with the same texture and the same manufacturer and a case of ALCL. So we know that these cases in this table can be directly related to the implant and the texture that's there. The patients multiply implanted, having a latency of up to 4 to 6 years or more for ALCL developing in a retained capsule, it's not logical or scientifically valid to say the implant found at diagnosis is the one which is related to the ALCL. So you can see here there have been 33 cases in over 500,000 Allergan implants, and the total is 48 cases of ALCL in the total of 1,200,000 implants sold into the market. Now, cases with multiple implants and expanders with different manufacturers and textures are 39. In the first 6 months of this year, we've had 15 unconfirmed cases of BIALCL, and those are being looked at by MHRA at the moment to confirm them. Average time to diagnosis, this is dating back to almost a year ago now, is 9 years. 61% are cosmetic, 50% present with seroma, only 5% present with only a mass, and 18% present with a capsule, and my one patient did present with a capsule with a lesion found on histology. Majority have had removal with en bloc capsulectomy, though 8% have needed brentuximab. Outcomes, unfortunately, we have had 1 death with a WHO criteria ALCL case, but we've had 2 deaths from patients who have ALCL that do not fulfill the WHO criteria. If we now look at the Allergan products only, with 500,000 Allergan implants sold into the United Kingdom, if we take the incidence quoted as 1355, which is the highest incidence quoted in the literature, the UK should have seen 1,499 cases related to Allergan implants alone. If we take all the implants all the cases we've had where there have been multiple implants, those were 39, and assume that they are related to the Allergan implant, which again is not logically or scientifically valid at this point in time, that equals 32 cases. So the question then is, has the United Kingdom actually missed 1,427 cases of ALCL? Other topic of discussion in the United Kingdom is the date when patients should legally have been advised about the risk of ALCL. This very good paper by Allison and Gilmore from JPRAS Open of this year highlights this very nicely. BAPRAS members were warned in March 2015 that they should be warning patients, but actually what is now being taken as the reference date, because this is when all surgeons in the United Kingdom performing this surgery and all the facilities performing the surgery should have known, is July 2018. We look at breast implant illness. You can see we've had some reports, the significant number in 2019, and continue to collect this through MHRA. And we've had the broad spectrum of symptoms reported internationally BII. We look at the 3 seminal papers which have been published this year in ASJ from work done through the American Society. In the cohort reporting symptoms BII, 90% of those patients in this study had smooth implants, and 64% were saline filled. 23% of the controls were smooth implants, and only 22% were saline filled. But most importantly, we now know that type of capsulectomy is not important. It's the fact that the capsule is removed and en-bloc capsulectomy is not required. We also know that heavy metals are not associated with BII symptoms, as you can see from this slide. And in this final slide, there's also there are a few identical biomarkers that can be linked to BII. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So I leave the floor to Achille Iachino for introducing the next speaker.
Grazie. Grazie Sergio.
Thank you, Sergio. Let's now switch to a next intervention by Arianna Di Napoli, who will talk about the BLCL genetic research.
Bloccato.
No.
Ok, iniziamo subito.
So, we know that cancer is a genetic disease. It is based on a number of alterations in the cell DNA, and so a normal cell can turn into a cancer cell. This is particularly true for a proliferating, splitting cell that synthesizes a new DNA. The more it synthesizes DNA, and the more likely it is to make mistakes. However, some mechanisms can repair DNA. In particular, mutated genes are crucial for a cell because they control important functions like proliferations, proto-oncogenes, stopping proliferation, suppressor genes, and also the damage repair, the so-called mismatch repair mechanisms. This is a downward scale because we have a build-up of mutations. They can be germ cell mutations inherited by one of our parents, so every cell in our body carries the same mutation, or it can be acquired during extrauterine life. 15% of cancer cases are genetically predisposed. What does this mean? These patients have inherited a cancer, meaning that they have a higher risk relative to the healthy population to develop cancer. But this is a risk and not a certainty, because the germ cell mutation should be followed by a second mutation, a somatic mutation that happens during life. So somatic mutations need at least 2 hits, so it takes 2 mutations to form one cancer. Mutations are random events. You never know when and how they can happen. There exist two types of mutations: passenger mutations having a minimal impact on the cell life, and those that can give a major benefit to cells. This is called driver, and this depends upon where the cell lives. If the cell lives in a normal environment, a mutation may not confer any advantage relative to the next cell, but if a cell lives in a special microenvironment, that mutation can turn into a major benefit. The environment where the cell lives can also cause one additional damage, and that's why you can have multiple hits. So, what about the conditions that can create this microenvironment? A microenvironment can be promoted by inflammation. Chronic inflammation favors and promotes clonal hematopoiesis, age, recurrent infections, autoimmunity, cigarette smoking, obesity. These factors do create a chronic inflammation. Chronic inflammation facilitates mutations in stem cells in the bone marrow, cells that create other cells. These cells are, however, dysfunctional. They do feed chronic inflammation, and that's why people suffer from coronary heart disease, vascular problems, or are more susceptible to leukemias and lymphomas, the malignant portion, let's say, of blood cancer. These are some genes that are mutated during clonal hematopoiesis. Indeed, there exist also epigenetic modifiers. They make our DNA accessible. They switch genes on and off depending on the cell needs. They are major controllers along with other genes like BRCA that controls the genome in that it repairs P53, an important gene in that it suppresses proliferation. JAK, STAT, they induce proliferation. That's why they are so important. So what's the link between inflammation and cancer? Indeed, inflammation releases a number of cytokines, oxygen radicals that in turn induce cell damage in the immune system. Also, they activate at an intracellular level signals leading the cell to survive and proliferate. The more a cell proliferates, the more it makes mistakes and there are mutations. Take H. pylori infection in your stomach. Never treated, in the long run you can develop a stomach cancer. The same goes for cigarette smoking and lung cancer, or asbestos and mesothelioma. Patients with autoimmune disease suffer from an ongoing chronic inflammation, and that's why they can develop a lymphoma. So, what's the role of breast implants? An implant is a foreign body. The body tries to destroy it, then it realizes it cannot, and so it secretes factors that form a fibrotic scar around the implant to isolate it from the rest of the body. But the scar still contains immune cells because they are kind of alert. There is a foreign body to keep under control. What about the pathogenetic hypothesis for BIA-ALCL? The implant may lose some particles, but also bacteria living on the implant surface, the so-called biofilm, They stimulate our immune system all the time. They stimulate the system all the time. They proliferate, and then at some point, mutations build up. Indeed, we have found mutations of the JAK-STAT pathway leading to proliferation and inflammation, and also the so-called epigenetic modifiers making the cell accessible. That's why lymphocytes at some point become totally independent. It no longer matters what kind of implants or anything, because the lymphocytes are in action. The mutation makes lymphocytes independent. Implants may have a smooth or textured surface. According to the literature, texturing may irritate the immune system more, and so promote a thicker capsule, slightly elevated macrophagic activity, or a biofilm at the same time. I'm sorry, you can't read the final sentence. While these patients risk to develop a lymphoma with textured implants, it's a very low risk if you consider the number of women wearing implants. So why this risk is so low? Is there any genetic predisposition in these patients? As soon as they receive an implant, they show an abnormal response. Well, patients with germline mutations of P53 mutations develop ALCL early and in a more aggressive form. Carriers, those with these two mutated genes, seem to have a higher risk to develop this cancer. At the same time, most patients don't carry TP53 or BRCA1/2. So, what else? Is there any minor predisposing factor having a smaller impact than BRCA1 or TP53, and how do they intertwine minor germline mutation and somatic mutations? To answer this question, we initiated a collaborative effort funded by the Italian Ministry of Health with IEO, IFOM, ISS. We enrolled 82 patients. 41 received the diagnosis of ALCL, 41 were controls. In both groups, we differentiated between reconstructive and aesthetic implants. The age at diagnosis is similar, and the same goes for the age at implantation. We're looking for inflammation, of course. We collected blood, saliva, and cancer samples from all patients. We sequenced the exome of DNA extracted from blood, and as you can see from these numbers, we obtained 2.5 billions of germline variants. Every enrolled subject on average has 30,000 variants. So we tried to classify those germline mutations according to a score based on a number of tools and databases. 4 groups. Those with a strong clinical significance, so like BRCA1 and 2, TP53, known to be associated with a number of conditions, and Tier 4, benign or likely benign mutations, variants. As you can see here, yellow dots indicate the presence of mutations. Take Tier 1 variants. There is no difference between ALCL and controls, patients and controls, in particular BRCA1 and 2, show a mutation with or without ALCL. Even clonal hematopoiesis genes show the same distribution, and the same goes for other genes. However, control patients are not totally healthy. 30,000 germline mutations in all patients, not only BIA, ALCL patients. And indeed, we also have breast cancer, 37% of cases, autoimmune or allergic conditions, 34% of cases. So these are not entirely healthy. Indeed, no one is entirely healthy, unfortunately. So we decided to include them all and repeat our analysis. And as you can see, there is a blue hole. Why? This gene, called gene 3A, it's not its real name, but we are still investigating. 3A is switched on among ALCL patients. This is a mutated gene. It was confirmed, the mutation was confirmed through different methods. But if you look carefully, even within the same group, ALCL, not all patients are yellow. So there is a heterogeneity in terms of ALCL patients. This is a comparison between those with and without mutation. There is a mutation profile of 3A, very different from 3A non-mutated. Different dots that are switched on differently, as if they were two different pathways, two different signatures among ALCL patients. We also investigated somatic variants, only 11 cases out of 41, because this cancer was used mostly for diagnosis, so we were left with very little material. Anyway, we found several somatic mutations and some novelties. We are also sequencing the saliva due to clonal hematopoiesis. If it is not found in saliva, it should be clonal hematopoiesis. And at the same time, we are also matching our data, germline, somatic, clinical, pathological data, to get a full picture. Perhaps ALCL is not a single disease. It can result from different mutational programs converging onto the same diagnosis. I really thank all those who are actively working for this project, and Antonella Camponale from the Ministry. Thank you.
Grazie alla professoressa.
Thank you, Professor Di Napoli. Arianna Di Napoli made a very interesting contribution. And we are just allowed the time to switch chairs on the podium, and then we get started with the last part of the afternoon session.
Buonasera.
And good afternoon again. I hope that I can immediately get started. We should have online Professor Pileri. Yes, I hope you are there, and I hope that everyone can hear me clearly. Very well. Professor Pileri is an ordinary professor teaching pathological anatomy in the University of Bologna. He's a consultant for the research in the division of hemolymphopathology of IEO, member of the technical table that was set up with the health ministry in order to monitor and manage this condition across the Italian territory. And he was also part of the World Health Organization, which in 2017 reviewed the lymphoma classification and was also establishing the BLCL framework as a provisional or temporary entity. The moderator should have been someone else who couldn't make it here today, and I will try and help him. So I will leave you the floor, Professor, for just a few seconds. Well, very well, thank you. In the first place, good afternoon to everyone.
I apologize to them as I will continue in Italian.
So in the first place, let me thank Antonella for the kind introductory words and also the ministry for this kind invitation to take part in this very important day and event. I apologize for not being there in person, but unfortunately I am recovering from a bronchopneumonia problem. So let's try and talk about this very interesting day, and I'd like to make an important comment, whereby the dialogue existing between the representatives of the patient associations and some of the members of the technical scientific table set up by the health ministry in order to protect and safeguard the same patients. Now, thanks to the multidisciplinarity, as was previously recalled, the table was then developing some guidelines for the diagnosis and management of the anaplastic large cell lymphomas associated with devices and made it possible for the Italian representatives to show the best therapeutic results. I have been involved in diagnostics and research in the field of the lymphomas, and I've been doing so for some decades. And this probably explains the recent inconvenience that I have suffered at bronchial level. And having had the opportunity to take part as an editor for on behalf of the World Health Organization at the time of the development of their own classification of the tool, in other words, which allows for the precise, accurate identification and the most accurate and effective treatment. The anaplastic large cell lymphoma is a recent discovery, relatively recent discovery. It was initially held as a systemic condition capable of affecting lymph glands profusely, and later on saw different varieties with different behaviors, and amongst them there is one associated to the breast implants, which was early described in 1997 and classified as a provisional or temporary entity, thus requiring and waiting for a final validation, which came in 2017 and then was promoted with a final, precise clinical pathological characters in 2022. This is a rare entity, though important, and at the early diagnosis, the fundamental element is also very important for its own cure. And I would now like to switch directly to the questions on the side of the representatives of the patients. The first question is going to be asked by Flori De Grassi, and Professor Marco Alfò will then answer. Now, prior to going on with the questions, we have a contribution to be delivered by the testimonial. That is Silvia Mari. Silvia Mari is a journalist who is not attending in her capacity of journalist, but she is here to just share with us her experience as a patient, as a woman, and this falls exactly into the framework of the topic you just described. Now the floor goes to Silvia Mari, and thank you for being with us. Thank you to Antonella Campanale, thanks to the Health Ministry wanting me to be the testimonial of this very important occasion of exchange with experts. I am a journalist working for the DIR agency. I am involved in topics such as women and health, which seems to be sort of my own karma, a life karma, given my own experience, which I will share with you. And I also represent the voice of all of the women that are the carriers of the BRCA genetic mutations, represented by the Abracadabra Association, the very first association giving voice to their own needs and rights. Today, the surgery in order to reduce risk is something we are very much familiar with. That's after the outing of Angelina Jolie and of more recently Bianca Baldi. I decided for the prophylactic bilateral mastectomy in 2006 after receiving a genetic test, which was very difficult for me to receive because at that time the situation, the condition was much more rare, and my test was carried out by a physician in the Italian army. Why am I saying this? Because this makes you understand the difficulties a woman had at that time in order to understand what happened to a family that was just swept away. Dr. Di Napoli was using an image. She talked about a randomly blowing wind, and that's the way I felt. I was swept away by a randomly blowing wind. I was at the time a philosophy student, and I knew with certainty that all of those women that died at the same time and at the same age were not just dying randomly. Now, I decided to study philosophy because I had to act and take action in the face of a genetic diagnosis which was cornering me. I always said that mine was more of a moral choice, more psychological, emotional, rather than medical. I was also as lucky as meeting physicians who were supporting and accompanying me. I knew that I would have to undergo surgery, and I knew that my life living together with that risk had to be guided by action, and the only action I could take was the one of maiming myself of a healthy organ. I was 28-year-old at that time when my life was in full bloom. And the organ at that time was a beauty organ. My breasts were nice. It made me feel desirable, nice, and happy about myself. And this is something which should never, 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 absolutely never forgotten. I do understand that there are women who have to give up and have their breasts taken away because of cancer. And that's the exception, because when you are sieged by a disease, that means that the idea of your body, your integrity, the way you will feel afterwards is a constant thought. It's a highly involving thought. I did undergo surgery not only because I wanted to stay alive, but also because I wanted to be happy. I wanted to regain my holy right of being happy. I do understand that this is a question which is overflowing and bypassing the medical theme, but as a patient, as a person who was the carrier of this risk, could not refrain myself from asking the question, since I wanted to live and I also wanted to live happily. And what I mean by this is that every patient who approaches the surgery choice, whether in presence of a cancer pathology or a healthy situation, needs to have a heritage of information which is complete, without any knowledge discounts, so without any sweetener of the situation. Now, I have to know that the implantable prosthetic device may bring about some criticalities. I did undergo 4 times surgery because my prosthetic devices underwent capsular contractions. My situation is not just the same of a patient who is resorting to surgery to have an augmentation surgery. So I was fully aware, and hadn't I had that awareness, today I would feel or perceive myself as a sick person, and I instead think of myself as a healthy person who underwent the best choice she could ever take, a choice that is never going to be erased. And I know that this is something very important in terms of information. You have to know that with the genetic risk, with all it entails, in order to save your life, then you will have to stay with that and live with that for the rest of your life. Now that means that at the very moment when the information that we all remember about the Allergan prosthetic devices, the fear that triggered, there was something that was bringing about so much fear, and was even a bad counselor for so many women because they were tempted not to undergo surgery because the prosthetic device, they told or they said that this is something that will cause cancer. And now that is a very wrong summary. And as a journalist, I think that we have given responsibilities when informing people. But when you inform people, you have to be accurate. You have to say things in the well-mannered way, in the right way, because this is a job which all women who are housewives and stay at home have to perceive as a job which is close to them, not a scientific thing placed in the academia. It's something which is done for them, because this is what will make them feel safe. I know where is my prosthetic device, where it's been placed, it's traceable, it's identifiable. I will have to remove if there is a problem. If I will have a seroma, I will have to undergo given steps. This is a job which has to be translated into reassurances, especially for people. People should never feel alone or left behind. And some of these people have to stand next to these women. This is something beautiful, something important, something that needs to be narrated strongly and with some vehemence. And now let me switch to something which is less personal and less important. This is something that happened very recently to me as to the Balti model. So many women wrote, how much do we pay for that surgery if you don't have that cancer? And then every time you had to replace your prosthetic devices, how much did you pay? And I answer back, nothing, because my own surgery, my own pathway was supported by the National Health Service of my own country. Balti was undergoing surgery in Los Angeles. I underwent surgery in Sant'Andrea Hospital in Rome. Then I also had the replacement of the prosthetic device by using the dorsal muscle flap technique. I will never tell you what are the highly complex surgeries that are available, but the point is that there is a theme, and here I'm just opening a very brief parenthesis, which has to do with the reimbursements, and the type of reconstruction is important because it offers to that patient the best reconstruction for her body, for her physical integrity, which may be made of prosthetic devices, autologous tissues, DRGs, in other words, themes that make a difference in between the best option that we can ever give to a given person, even more so if that person underwent surgery because she wasn't threatened by a disease or a condition by the risk of that very disease. That means that my country is so close to me, it's supporting me and helping me even in the face of a risk. I will never be left alone by my country to rule and face the risk. And then there is another step, the health welfare, and I would like to switch on, I put the focus on that. Nowadays, we know, this is a very recent piece of news, where in the Alto Adige and Bolzano regions, there have been some availabilities to the carriers of this BRCA risk. And this is what makes the difference, because they won't have to pay that awful lot of money. And in a family, as we all know, no one is always sure of being up to paying for that amount of money. Now, if my testimony is worth something, I would summarize it in this way. Knowledge, people have to know, even if they are very young, they must know what they are heading for. And then on top of that, the need of having the right to have the full integrity of their own body, of their own beauty, and as a consequence, safety. The work conducted by the Health Ministry, I translated to proximity, a closeness, even from the emotional point of view. and only too often our friends and women were left alone in the face of horrible headline-making titles. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie dottoressa.
Thank you. And I must say, in the first place, that I should apologize because I hadn't adequately followed the agenda of today. But I must say that you dealt with 3 topics that are of extreme importance. The first one is the need of dialogue, the need for dialogue between the patient and physician. So patient-physician dialogue is so important, just like the treatment procedure. This is the first element. The second one is the maintenance of the universalistic system, whereby the Italian health system can now boast of being one of the very forward ones in the world. And then the tendency to, especially of part of the press and of the television channels and communications, which are truly shameful. I believe now, Antonella, that we could switch to the questions. Well, as a matter of fact, I'd like to present the podium. We have some professionals here that need introduction. We have with us Professor Marco Alfò, Professor of Statistics with the Statistical Sciences of the University La Sapienza of Rome, who's invited as an official member of the technical table that was set up with the ministry and having to do with the setting up of the registry. So he's really, really supporting us as to the methodology which was utilized and the many estimates of the BLCL. Then we have Professor Manuela Roncella, Director of the Senology Division of the Hospital of Pisa. She is also an official member of the technical table that was set up with the ministry, still for the purpose of the registry. And she is also representing ANISC, that is the National Association of Senologist Surgeons. Then Professor Roy De Vita, Director of the Complex Unit of Plastic Surgery with the Istituto Tumori Regina Elena of Rome, a member of the Scientific Technical Table set up in 2019 with the Ministry, so as to manage and handle the BIA LCL. Paolo Veronesi, Ordinary Professor of General Surgery in Milan University, Director of the Division of Senology of the European Institute of Oncology. He is too also part of that technical table for the management of the BIA LCL. And Dr. Ugenti, Rossana Ugenti, Director General of the Health Professions. Now, having introduced them properly, we could allow for questions, Professor. Yes. The first question comes from Dr. Flori De Grassi. Let me explain that the idea of this session is exactly the one of making patients the speakers or the voices of the patient. So we asked the patient associations to collect most frequent questions asked by patients with respect to this condition and with respect to breast prosthetic devices in general. And I think that it is normal for them to be the spokesperson of the experts of the technical table, and that the experts themselves could reply and respond in the appropriate and the correct way. I am the president of ANDOS, the National Association of Women Undergoing Breast Surgery. So the question is, I myself carry breast devices. What is the risk for me to develop the large cell anaplastic lymphoma? How should I say that? There is no simple answer to your question, in the sense that much of the knowledge we have is resting upon random situations and casualty and cases. We don't have much of a reference population, which is exactly what the associations you come from and you chair represent. Now, if what we've seen so far is representative, then we are facing an incidence of a condition which is relatively not much common, not frequent, 5, 6 cases out of 100,000. So the more we stretch the period of observation, and if we stretch it up to 10 years, the probability is 5 cases out of 10,000 altogether. Which doesn't mean that each one of us has a probability of 5 every 10,000 cases of developing that, because there are some risk factors which will amplify or reduce that probability. The idea of having a registry is exactly because of this, because we need to have a reference which allows us to make comparisons between different stories and different cases, to check for the risk factors and to see whether the risk factors may be effectively established, always remembering and recalling that the figures are so low that we run the risk of ending up with only momentary situations whereby we say, well, this risk factor made a difference because I can see 1 or 2 cases, but then there is a very low probability of developing that condition. More questions. The second question is asked by Marzia Salgarello. Second question. She's not here with us. She has had a problem. Then that means that Patrizia Frittelli will now ask the question on behalf of Marzia Salgarello, representing the Association Women for Women.
Vai, guarda. Si sente? Buonasera a tutti.
Good evening, my name is Patrizia Frittelli. I represent Donna per Donna, a project dating back to 4 years ago. This is a group of 70 women surgeons, plastic surgeons. The goal is to interpret the problems, questions, doubts of breast cancer patients when it comes to reconstruction. So, we listened to Silvia Mauri. She touched upon very important points. She underlined the importance of a proper communication. Lately, news are published in social media in the States and also in Italy. Doctors, opinion leaders seem to suggest to remove implants, textured and non-textured implants, and replace them for smooth implants, just to prevent lymphomas. Professor Alfort wisely explained the real incidence of this condition. Now, do you have any data whereby such an impactful procedure, the prophylactic removal of implants, is justifiable for the healthcare system? Don't you think that this is a heavy psychological weight for women? Consider that many of these women are also affected from cancer. Unfortunately, we live in a world where business rules, including in healthcare. The United States is no longer trendy, if you like, but many, as it were, specialized centers are in the States, and there is no authority in the world that recommends for asymptomatic patients, nearly all of them, to remove textured implants. Dr. Campanale, in her presentation, showed that until 2018-19, Allergan was market leader with over 70% of implants sold. So textured implants are the most widespread on the market, but there is no such a thing as textured implant equals large cell anaplastic lymphoma. If the patient is asymptomatic, there is no indication to replace the implants. Next question by Agnese Ferrara to Professor Veronesi. I represent the Beautiful After Breast Cancer Association. Beautiful After Breast Cancer Association. This association deals with breast reconstruction after cancer. I am responsible for communication activities. This association also coordinates Donna per Donna. We receive questions from patients. One of them is, what should I do with my breast implants? What kind of controls should I undergo in addition to the usual ones? Well, first of all, I would make a distinction between women, between reconstructive and aesthetic implants, two different population groups. And most women wear implants for aesthetic reasons. Reconstructive implants are generally used after cancer, so these patients are followed up. They undergo an ultrasonography every year. And of course, you know, they see an oncologist, a senologist, so in the absence of symptoms, you shouldn't do anything more than that. Of course, if you have symptoms like swollen breast, you can also have an MRI to further check. Aesthetic breast implants are another story because no controls are envisaged, especially when women are young. Screening tests, routine tests are generally performed after age 50. For this group, starting from age 40 and even earlier, we recommend to have an ultrasonography done once a year. Indeed, these women don't follow a routine unless plastic surgeons prescribe those tests. But I would say that after breast augmentation, I would recommend ultrasonography once a year. If you see swelling, of course, you have to see a doctor immediately. Needle aspiration, ultrasonography, MRI, whatever. Second question. Professor De Vita raised this point. It's a common question, indeed. Our members, patients, say, I wear textured Allergan implants withdrawn by Allergan, withdrawn from the market. Should I remove them? You know, market withdrawal generated a lot of anxiety. As Roy and others have explained, there is no evidence that it is necessary or helpful to remove such implants. Of course, some maintenance is required. The implants should be replaced because of capsular rupture or to improve the cosmetic looks. And so you can remove them, but this is part, of the normal maintenance program. You shouldn't do anything more than that or more frequently. Thank you, Paolo. The next question is from Professor Daniela Terribile. I'm wearing two hats today as President of Komen and also as a surgeon, ANISC surgeon. My congratulations for organizing this event because we really feel the need to discuss these topics both as doctors and as patients. The most frequent question on our website has to do with, you already partially answered, if you wear a textured implant, shall I replace them with a smooth design, or do you think that in a couple of years smooth implants will cause problems anyway? Shall I remove them for good? Another important question is the following. In addition to reconstruction and after reconstruction, I received radiotherapy. Do I risk to get lymphoma more than other women? Well, as to your first question, we have already obtained several answers. It was repeated several times. The pathogenesis of this disease is unknown. It's a multifactorial disease. But if a patient is asymptomatic, you should not remove your implants. The worst fear is for allergan patients whose implants were withdrawn from the market, and no one thinks of business reasons. So it's different, from withdrawing a car from the market because it has a brake problem. This is quite different. So don't remove anything. As for radiotherapy, there is no correlation, no clear correlation. Radiotherapy, in theory, should sterilize the site. So it's just the opposite, but radiotherapy causes problems to implants, as you know. So capsular contracture, especially in cancer patients, after quadrantectomy, lumpectomy, after mastectomy, conservative surgery anyway, capsular contracture may be a problem, and so you have to remove implants every now and then. However, don't change brands. That's not the issue. Thank you. Next question comes from Professor Salgarello. It is addressed to Professor De Vita. Professor Patrizia? My question goes to Professor De Vita. In the face of a lymphoma diagnosis, and I have to remove the implant, can I receive a reconstructive procedure, and how? Yes, it is possible. Let me be a bit technical. First, you have to understand the disease stage. The most frequent stages, not only in Italy but all over the world, allow to use autologous tissue for reconstruction. In the most advanced stages, an immediate reconstruction is not recommended, but this is really a very, very small percentage of cases. Last question from Dr. Flori De Grassi, addressed to the Director General Rosanna Augenti. The registry certainly is a major step. It proves how attentive the ministry is to the health of people. But, as Silvia Mari stated, can we tell this beautiful story to others? And I was told that I had cancer. I received a cancer diagnosis. It's like, you know, a gun leaving a major scar in your soul. I know that communicating a diagnosis has not to do with the time it takes for anyone to metabolize it. Whenever you have to undergo an immediate reconstruction, what should you tell to this person at such a dramatic moment in life? Any guidelines, any advice, not just informed consent form, not using statistics. I mean, statistical data are important, but when you are affected, you don't care if you're just an exception to the rule, you know. So, in other words, communication when it comes to cancer and any other, especially chronic condition, is really fundamental. I can only talk about healthcare professionals and their duties. Speaking of clinicians in particular, the doctor-patient relationship, the time spent to provide information and communicate is a treatment time. Information and the time spent with patients, not only cancer patients, but any patient, is extremely important, and it is necessary for patients receive proper and appropriate information. According to statistics, the number of, the litigation rate is due to this lack of information. Patients and their families, caregivers, were not informed about the disease stage, what had to be done, and how patients had to be informed. This is also important to take an active role. The empowerment of patients is essential for any therapy can have a favorable outcome. Training of healthcare professionals matters. We expressed the need in line with an opinion by the Health Council to introduce in specialization courses, especially for surgery, reconstructive surgery and other specialties, to introduce this topic, this specific topic. As a member of the National Observatory on Specialist Healthcare Training, I submitted this need to the observatory. That is now taking care of it. We have a specific committee on the review of teaching curricula. And so this committee will, and is already revising and reviewing training curricula. So specialty schools and courses will soon introduce this topic. However, training is not just what leads to a specialty. Any healthcare professional is bound to CME training. So here again, we want to establish targeted courses on these topics. Again, the committee was established recently. It's not in operation yet. I am a member of that commission, so I will represent this need, because I think that this should be a subject matter of national interest, and so it should be part of the training goals for any healthcare professionals. Agena's database contains data about courses on this subject, and we could only find 3 of them. One residential course and one distance remotely held course, and another 5-day course. That's it. So more attention will be paid to this aspect, and I will certainly raise this within the CME committee. I got 2 specialties and no one taught me how to communicate. We all, I think, learned the hard way by ourselves. Yes, this person is a doctor, but is also a patient, is president of ADNOS, and an outstanding healthcare manager. So, in her working life, she had the opportunity to meet with several personalities. Paolo Veronesi is a master of communication. He should really hold university courses. Indeed, that's why the breast units were created, because breast units follow patients at a time of total chaos. We also have volunteers. My first training course was with Professor Veronesi. I attended 2 courses, and one of them was about how to tell the diagnosis to patients, how to communicate. But my point is that even the best doctor has a problem in communicating with a woman who doesn't want to hear. Plus, there is the problem of implants, so it's a very complex and difficult situation, and so I ask you all to work hard. The registry is beautiful, but make it usable also for women. This topic is closely related with cancer altogether. We do need to properly inform patients, taking all the time it takes. Any diagnosis when it comes to oncology is a trauma. Patients, on one hand, have to realize the problem. They should understand therapeutic options and receive help and support. I say this as a pathologist because I happened to communicate thousands of unpleasant diagnoses, and every time I took all the time, even hours, to explain and motivate patients. In this respect, I think that attention should be paid to the to what many companies do for doctors, I mean the hourly rates. Indeed, any clinician has to provide appropriate information to patients, and that time has to be paid. This is a general comment. It applies to this specific sector and also to every other form of cancer, type of cancer. Dr. Flory raised a major point. It's all fine, there is no time, patients are, one patient is different from another, but in the case of breast cancer, you have different steps. Step 1, I have got cancer, I will survive. How? So this type of communication should be repeated more than once at different times, because priorities change, awareness changes, information too changes. You see a patient, you have to tell her what she suffers from. Oftentimes she needs chemotherapy prior to surgery. She will sacrifice her breast, wear an implant, too much. You can't metabolize everything immediately. So our communication not only has to adapt to the person in front of us, and people are not identical, takes, you know, a different time. You have to check what the patient has understood. You can say everything perfectly and beautifully, but if they close their brain because her mind, you know, wanders across emotional inputs, you're not effective, because you will not be understood. That's why guidelines are not so helpful. When I was young, I was offended when they told me, why don't you register with a communication course? If you're a doctor, you should be interested in people anyway, but you never end learning how to be effective, an effective communication. So Roy is right, breast units were created for this purpose. If you have a certified breast unit, you know that training courses are part of them, and let's try to get some feedback from patients. I ask the associations to tell us whether or not we are good and effective. I agree with Manuela, information is important, but we shouldn't overload patients with too much information. During the first visit, the main question is, shall I receive chemotherapy? So let's stay focused on the most important aspects. I wouldn't add that perhaps you can also get an lymphoma after your breast implant. It's not a priority. So don't overload the patients with that information. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. Unless there are more questions from the audience, Director, shall we close?
Grazie di essere qua.
Di nuovo grazie a tutti quanti.
Once again, thank you to all of you. And let me first and foremost say that trying to draw the conclusions of this long day isn't an easy task. There have been so many topics dealt with, so many debates, and I've seen so much commitment, passion, scientific rigor, that in the end I'm more than happy to give it a try. I'll try and draw the conclusions, in other words, to make sort of a summary of what was said till now. But first, let me thank the staff that allowed us to be here those who were the sign translators and those who from the technical booth allowed us to be here. So many thanks to everyone. In the course of this day, I was taking down notes in a very disordered manner. And I will try and bring back some order into my notes, the ones that were jotted down until so far. The first point, the first aspect doesn't come from today's meeting. It's not extrapolated out of what was said today. And then later on we shall see why I believe that it's more than consistent to say it. Today we've disclosed some data coming from the Ambrosetti Study Center. Data of different nature. And one of them did hit me. Because in some areas of the country, we see that there is a per capita investment in the health spending, and we spend more than 600,000 euros per year. In other areas of the country, there are less than 2,000 euros. Now, this means that we are not only talking about the use of public resources in the health sector, but this also means that we are being born and living in different areas of the countries, and that makes it different, because the well-being is depending on where you are born and where you live, because there are different opportunities in different places and different services that are being given and provided. Now, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because what we mentioned today, what we discussed today, is the setting up of a registry, another tool, allowing patients in whichever area, geographical area of the country they were born or find themselves to have access and get to know what are the data, the relevant data, and how they can use them in the same way, whatever the place they come from is. And this is not a secondary advantage. It is rather the added value of what we are doing. And here, quite clearly, I'm switching to data. Today, we've heard many times data mentioned, the importance of having data to have them accessible. And as was said before by Mr. Magliocca, having data means that those who have the availability of any such data is in an advantage position. But let me say that in the health system, having any such data access entails a responsibility, because if we have data access, then we have the duty of using them, of deciphering them, of reading them in the appropriate way, of processing them, and there is an accountability for that. There is a responsibility for all that. That means that there are other suggestions that were also coming out of today's event. Now, having access to the data of the prosthetic devices registry is entailing incredible responsibility, because that impinges upon a series of situations that are accompanying the life of our patients, which are not just the responsibility of the health ministry. This is something that we have the duty and the possibility of sharing with the people involved in health matters. So the invitation coming from Mrs. Gellona to share data with Confindustria, that's quite clearly an invitation that can only be accepted positively, with a warning. The warning is that we have to reason on how to use the data in a consistent line with the rules and regulations, because we all know that in our country, whenever we have availability of data, there are a series of alerts, that's just an euphemism, alerts that are not making freely utilizable those data. And let me also add that the industry we should look at is not just industry. And if these data are allowing us to organize training, they have to be shared with those who organize training courses, in other words, universities, research bodies or agencies, because these data are consistent with the regulatory aspects and procedures that are in force. And whenever possible, they should be used not only to have some reactions and to be utilized correctly by the industry, but also because there are other people that are contributing, not together with the health system and the health ministry, are contributing to provide and to allow for the growth. Now, the mandatoriness of the data upload and data feeding. With this respect, I believe that I would want to take a stand. I feel that I should take a stand which is not totally aligned, not completely aligned with some of the things that were mentioned. It is mandatory. That is what the regulation says and states, and we have to stay with that. But I don't believe in mandatoriness allowing cultural growth. And if sometimes we were to have the courage of saying that the mandatoriness is there, the mandatory nature is there because the law has envisaged it in times that weren't really truly recent, that is when the awareness was of a different kind. So we have to use this not just as a way to oblige people, but rather as one of the many tools allowing for cultural growth of the system. And this goes up the ladder until we reach registries where the mandatoriness de facto is not useful. And in that case, we would have done something truly useful, only in that case. So we have seen how, and this is a sector where health and aesthetics go hand in hand. And here again, with this respect, I am not accepting the idea that there are some first-order interventions, second-order interventions. And I think that if something is needed, and if we need to do something, allowing people to have a better life, then, and to regain dignity, then it has to be considered. And if this is thanks to tools just like the registry, that they gain equal dignity because patients are followed up and monitored in a similar way, all of them, in the same way. Then very rapidly, two more questions and two more considerations. We've seen that there are some issues that still have to be solved. There are knots to be unbundled, issues where science is questioning itself. We've seen Dr. Magliocca asking Dr. De Vita a series of questions and making different considerations. And I believe that we should be happy about that, because if the registry has to once again be useful in feeding awareness, allowing thus for scientific growth, then that means that we've done something absolutely extraordinarily useful. One last conclusion, one last consideration, and then I conclude. The registry entails a very important work. And that kind of activity was bringing together the ministry, the regions, the patients, the research sector, the scientific sector, the academia. And that was done, after all, with great commitment in terms of human resources, personal commitment, and time availability, by entailing the right appropriate commitment and use of public resources. So this is another big responsibility, and we have to burden of the proof to show that thanks to this system we will allow for more quality, more information, by spending what is appropriate, and most of all by being aware and having the full awareness that data, when fully well used and profitably, positively used, they will avoid superficial communication, because the power of data beats superficiality in the communication field. That's where we have to insist. That is why we should also come together in future, allowing us to bring about improvement and enhancement and better life. Many thanks to all of you. So goodbye to Stefano. And goodbye, everybody.